I thought I knew what solitude felt like, until that night. Miles from the nearest road, just me, the trees, and the dark that pressed in like a living thing. They say the woods are peaceful if you listen closely. But sometimes, if you really listen, you'll hear what doesn't belong. This is true my solo camping trip in the Deepwoods. A real story about one night that should have ended differently. My name is Maya Chu, and I was camping alone in the Bridger, Teton National Forest the week the storm warnings rolled through western Wyoming. I wasn't chasing danger, just quiet. I teach art at a middle school in Boise, and every spring break, I drive out somewhere new with my camera, my sketchbook, and a tent that still smells faintly like pine smoke from the last trip. I've always liked that smell. It reminds me that I can still take care of myself. This time, I'd picked a dispersed site east of the Gros Ventre Range, near a narrow logging road marked only by a faded forest access sign. It wasn't on the official map. I found it through an old backpacking forum post about hidden overlooks near Slide Lake. That phrase, hidden overlooks, hooked me. I reached the site by late afternoon. The air was thinner and colder than it looked, and the light off the snowmelt was sharp enough to make the pines shimmer. I parked my Subaru by a small pullout and hiked down a slope that led to a clearing big enough for one tent and a fire ring. Someone had camped here recently. The ring still held a few blackened logs, and there was a torn plastic grocery bag tangled in the roots of a tree. I unpacked slowly, enjoying the ritual, fightening the tent pad, staking the corners, shaking out the sleeping bag. My phone had no signal since Jackson, but I wasn't expecting it to. That was the point. The air smelled faintly of wood ash, as if a campfire had burned not long ago. I assumed it lingered from whoever came before me. It wasn't until I went to hang my bear bag that I noticed the paper nailed to the pine. It was laminated, a letter-sized sheet, nailed chest, high into the trunk with 2 clean silver nails. The edges were weathered but intact, the surface beaded with old rain. The heading read in block letters, Campfire. Rawas below it was a numbered list, not printed from a computer, but typed on a typewriter, each letter slightly offset, faint ink uneven on the page. 1. If you build a fire, keep it small. 2. Do not leave it unattended. 3. If you hear knocking, it is the wind. 4. If you see smoke, don't look toward it. 5. When you sleep, zip the tent fully. 6. If a voice calls from outside, answer no. 7. If you wake before dawn, stay still. That was all. 7 rules. No date. No signature. No Forest Service stamp. I stared at it for a long minute, unsure whether to laugh or feel uneasy. It could have been some prank left by other campers. A bit of creepypasta humor, maybe. Still, the way it was laminated and nailed felt deliberate. Not like a joke. I brushed a fingertip across the plastic. The lamination was thick, the kind used for classroom signs or safety notices. My name might have been on a sheet like that, somewhere in my own school hallway. Fire drill procedure, emergency exit plan. But here it looked out of place, a fragment of civilization nailed into wildness. I thought about pulling it down, but something about the clean nails and tidy spacing made me stop. Someone had cared enough to make this official looking. And besides, it wasn't hurting anyone. By dusk, I had a small fire going. I made instant noodles in my tin cup, scribbled some sketches of the ridgeline, and let the world narrow to the glow of the flames. The silence was heavy in the way mountain silence can be. so complete it hums in your ears. I added another stick, watched sparks spiral up, and thought about the third and fourth rules. If you hear knocking, it is the wind. If you see smoke, don't look toward it. It's funny how once you read something like that, you can't stop half listening for it to happen. Every pop in the fire started to sound like a knock. Every curl of smoke rising past my face made me wonder if I'd look toward it. Still, I wasn't scared, just aware. I've camped enough to know that sounds twist easily in the woods, that the mind shapes patterns where there are none. When the fire burned low, I packed my food bag and hoisted it on a branch away from camp. The forest was still. My headlamp caught motes of ash in the air. I zipped my tent closed, crawled inside, and wrote in my travel journal by flashlight. Found a weird laminated sheet of campfire rules. Feels like something someone made after seeing too much. Wind strong tonight, 9:40 p.m. The zipper hissed as I sealed the tent. I lay back, listening to the fabric ripple slightly in the wind. At some point, I drifted to sleep. Sometime after midnight, I woke up needing to pee. I unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The fire ring was dark. The sky, bright with stars. But somewhere, faint, uncertain, I smelled smoke. I thought it was from my own fire, the embers still alive. But then I saw a faint orange pulse through the trees, downhill and to the west. It wasn't lightning, it was steady. I told myself it could be another camper. The forest was big enough for that. But as I crawled out, the fourth rule drifted back to me. If you see smoke, don't look toward it. I stood there half crouched, staring at the faint glow between the trunks. My heart started to beat harder, not from fear exactly, but from that prickling sense of being watched. Or of watching something I shouldn't. I took one step forward. The ground cracked softly beneath my boot. The glow flickered, just once, as if someone had moved in front of it. I stopped. The forest went silent again. Even the wind eased. I waited a long minute, then decided not to follow it. Maybe it was just distant lightning bouncing off low clouds. Maybe it wasn't smoke at all. I turned back, zipped my tent shut, and told myself I was being dramatic. It took me an hour to fall asleep again. In the morning, I woke to gray light and the distant caw of crows. My fire ring was cold. No sign of smoke anywhere. I half laughed at myself for how tense I'd felt. Chalked it up to reading creepy rules before bed. I boiled water for coffee, packed up my sleeping bag, and decided to explore the ridge trail behind my site. The air was crisp and clear, pine needles crunching underfoot. I kept my camera out, snapping shots of old-growth trunks and deer tracks. About 20 minutes up the trail, I found something strange. Another laminated sheet. It was nailed to a spruce this time, same format, same block letters. Cam P Fire Relish, but this one had 8 lines. The first 7 were identical to the previous list. The new 8th rule read 8. If you move campsites, leave before dusk. That froze me for a second, because I had planned to move. I'd been thinking that morning of hiking a few miles north to find a spot closer to the ridge view for sunset photography. I hadn't said it out loud, obviously, but it was the next thing I'd planned to do. I looked around the trees, half expecting someone to step out. Maybe another hiker playing a prank. But there was no sound except the wind brushing through branches. I took a photo of the sheet, then another close-up. The lamination was new, clear, not yellowed like the first one. The nails shone. That's when I realized the one by my camp had 2 nails. This one had 3. I can't explain why that detail unsettled me so much. Maybe because it implied not just a pattern, but an escalation. Someone revising the list. I hiked back to my tent faster than I meant to. When I reached the clearing, I went straight to the pine where the first sheet hung. It was gone. No nails, no torn corner. No trace it had ever been there. I walked circles around the tree, scanning the ground. Nothing. I even brushed away leaves and pine needles in case it had fallen, but the soil looked untouched. My mouth went dry. I sat on the cooler and tried to think logically. Maybe another camper had taken it. Maybe it wasn't meant to be left up long. Or maybe, more realistically, it was the same person who'd posted the second one. Maybe they were replacing them along the route. Some sort of environmental art piece. A statement about human paranoia or safety awareness. I could almost admire it, if not for the timing. I checked my watch. 10:47 a.m., plenty of daylight. I told myself I'd stay one more night, then pack out tomorrow. But as I boiled water for lunch, I caught myself glancing at the empty tree again and again, as if something invisible still clung to it. By afternoon, clouds were rolling in. The wind picked up from the west, carrying that sharp, wet scent that means rain's on the way. I hiked to the nearby stream to refill my bottles. The air was heavy with pressure, the kind that makes the forest go quiet. When I got back, a shadow fell across the tent that hadn't been there before. I turned, expecting a passing cloud. Instead, I saw what looked like faint smoke rising through the trees. Thin and gray, drifting from the same direction as the glow the night before. I froze. Then, instinctively, I did what the rule told me not to do. I looked toward it, and for a heartbeat, I saw something moving in the smoke. Too tall to be human, too straight like a tree walking. Then it vanished as quickly as it appeared, the smoke thinning into nothing. I stood there, pulse hammering, trying to convince myself I'd just seen heat haze, or maybe ash rising from a fallen tree. But the scent that followed wasn't wood smoke. It was something else. Damp, earthy, and oddly sweet. Rain started minutes later, washing everything back into gray. I crawled into the tent early that night, the rules still replaying in my mind. Especially number 4. If you see smoke, don't look toward it. I told myself it was superstition, an old mountain warning to keep travelers from investigating wildfires or lightning burns. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere, deeper in those woods, someone was watching to see if I'd obey. The rain didn't stop. It came down in long, thin needles that hissed against the nylon walls of my tent. Each drop carried the smell of cold pine, metal, and wet ash. My flashlight beam made the moisture shimmer on the fabric like sweat. I'd packed everything into dry sacks before it started, but the sound still worked its way into me. Steady, unbroken, hypnotic. I'd camped through storms before. Wyoming weather flips fast in the spring. But there was something different about this one. The rhythm felt wrong. It wasn't the wind rattling branches or thunder cracking far off. It was a cadence. Like 3 soft taps, pause, 2 more. Then silence. If you hear knocking, it is the wind. That was the 3rd rule. I switched off the light and waited, listening harder. The rain was loud enough to drown small noises, but every few seconds I thought I caught it again. Knock, knock, knock. Deep. As though coming through earth rather than air. It could have been a branch hitting the tent pole. I tried telling myself that. Or maybe pine cones dropping. But pine cones don't fall in rhythm. I checked my watch, 12 a.m. When you camp alone, clock feels heavier at night, like each minute has its own gravity. I lay back on the mat, trying to breathe slow. The air was cool, damp against my throat. My headlamp and my phone beside me, my phone, still dead to the world, was in airplane mode to conserve battery. The knocking came again, closer this time. I unzipped the sleeping bag halfway, sat up, and pressed my ear to the tent wall. Nothing, just rain. Then a new sound, a voice. Faint, muffled by distance, but unmistakably human. Hello, I froze. Hey, hello. Is someone there? It sounded like a woman. The tone wasn't panicked, more uncertain. My name hovered on my tongue before I caught it. I remembered the 6th rule. If a voice calls from outside, answer, no. It could have been someone lost. It could have been a ranger. Another camper, anyone. But the phrasing, it was too even, too deliberate. Not help me or I'm lost. Just hello, like a test. I thought of the laminated sheets. Whoever posted them might be out here, watching me follow their script. The voice came again, closer. Hello. I cleared my throat and whispered. None. It felt absurd, talking like that into the dark. But the moment I said it, the forest went silent, completely silent. Even the rain seemed to pause. Then, without a sound of retreating footsteps or movement, the presence was gone. I waited another half hour, knife in hand, before exhaustion won out. When I woke, pale morning light was filtering through the tent. The rain had stopped, though everything still dripped. My body felt stiff, my mouth dry. I unzipped the tent cautiously and looked out. The forest was washed clean. Mist hung low between the trunks. But something caught my eye. Just a few feet away, nailed to a tree opposite my camp. Another laminated sheet. My stomach dropped. This one was smaller, like half a page, and the letters were darker, as if freshly typed. It didn't say campfire rules at the top. Just one sentence, you broke rule 4. Don't break another. The paper gleamed wet under the mist. Whoever had put it there had done so overnight, while I slept. My first thought was that someone was trying to scare me. Maybe it was the same person who'd left the other sheets. Maybe not. Either way, they'd been close enough to reach my tent. I checked my cooler. My bear bag all untouched. No footprints I could see, though the rain had flattened the ground into mud. I took down the paper, folded it, and slid it into my journal. Not because I wanted to keep it, but because it felt wrong to leave it behind. I considered packing up right then, but the road was slick and the clouds still thick with rain. I told myself I'd wait until the trail dried a bit. Around noon, the sky lightened. I boiled water for oatmeal and tried to steady my hands. The rational part of me, the teacher, the hiker, said this was some elaborate prank. Maybe a local artist or filmmaker staging a found footage setup. Maybe they'd even planted trail cameras. But another part, quieter and older, said I should leave. I compromised one more night, then I'd go. By afternoon, the fog lifted enough for me to hike down toward the creek. I needed to move, to do something ordinary. The air had that post-rain freshness, every scent amplified, the tang of wet bark, the mineral cool of running water. Half a mile downstream, I found something half buried in mud, a cheap metal hammer, the kind used for tent stakes. Its handle was slick, the metal slightly rusted, but recent enough to matter. I turned it over in my hand, then noticed faint specks of blue paint near the head. Same shade as the nails holding those laminated sheets. I kept it. Not for comfort, but evidence. On my way back, I started to notice smaller details I'd missed before. Bits of laminated plastic along the trail, corners torn clean, like someone had ripped them off in a hurry. When I reached camp, the sun was lowering behind the ridgeline. The mist thinned into long fingers of gold light through the trees. It almost looked peaceful again. Almost. I sat by the cold fire ring and flipped open my journal to read the notes I'd written since arriving. 7 pages of sketches. Trail observations, the rules. I found myself tracing the 8th one with my finger. If you move campsites, leave before dusk. It was already close to 5. If I left now, I'd be driving forest roads in the dark. So I stayed. At 60:30, I lit the fire. Not for warmth. It wasn't that cold, but for the illusion of control. The flames hissed at first, then steadied. I sat close, letting the light erase the shadows. The silence returned, thicker than before. Then, faintly, under the hiss of the fire, came another sound. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving through wet ground somewhere to my right. Not animal. Too measured. I stood, every muscle tight, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. But the sound came again. One step, then another. I grabbed my flashlight, swept the beam in a wide arc. Pine trunks gleamed back. The light caught movement for half a second. A reflection off something metal. Then it vanished. I raised my voice, trying to sound firm. Who's out there? No answer. The fire popped behind me. I turned back uneasy and froze. A new laminated sheet was lying by the ring, edges curling from heat. It hadn't been there seconds ago. The surface reflected the firelight, words faint but visible. Rule 9: if you read this, leave now. That was enough. I snatched my backpack, kicked dirt over the fire, and threw my gear into the car with shaking hands. My heart hammered so hard I could barely breathe. I didn't care about the mud or the fading light. I just wanted out. The forest road felt narrower than before. My tires slid in the soft earth as I climbed toward the main trail. The sun was almost gone, a thin red smear behind the pines. Then my headlights caught something ahead, another laminated sheet nailed to a signpost at the junction. Rule 10: don't look back. I didn't. I drove until I hit pavement, then another hour past that, until the forest gave way to open range and cell service flickered back. My phone lit up with missed notifications. I pulled into a small gas station outside Moron Junction, parked under the harsh fluorescent lights, and sat there trembling. I kept expecting to see another sheet taped to the windshield, but there was nothing. Just the hum of the lights and the smell of diesel. I called the local ranger district to report. Someone posting unauthorized signs, possibly stalking campsites. The man on the line sounded skeptical but polite. He said they'd send someone to check. I could tell from his tone that he'd heard weirder. He asked which site I'd been at. I gave him the rough coordinates from my map. There was a pause on the line, then, that pullout hasn't been an active camping area for over a decade. It was closed after a fire. You sure that's where you were? I told him yes. He said he'd look into it and hung up. I spent the night at a cheap motel in Jackson, too wired to sleep. My hands smelled like smoke. I kept thinking about the hammer, the blue, painted nails, the way the rules seemed to know what I'd do next. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was over. Maybe the ranger would find nothing. Maybe the signs had been old warnings, left from that earlier fire. But when I went to check my car before heading home, there was a new piece of paper wedged under the windshield wiper. Not laminated this time, just a torn sheet of lined notebook paper, soaked slightly from dew. In the same typewriter font, faint but readable, you followed Rule 10. Good. I didn't check out of the motel right away. I just sat on the bed, staring at the note I'd found under my wiper. You followed Rule 10. Good. The letters were faint but deliberate, pressed into the paper with the force of old keys. The lines were uneven, as if the person typing had been in a hurry or using a machine that stuck between strokes. The paper smelled faintly of smoke and something sharper, like motor oil or metal dust. It could have been anyone. The motel was off Highway 191, right on the route to the park. Dozens of hikers stopped here every week. Maybe someone saw me pull in last night, thought I was easy to spook. That was the rational answer. But the rational answer wasn't comforting anymore. I folded the note into a plastic sleeve, slid it in the back of my journal, and drove into town for coffee. The streets were quiet, spring tourists not yet in full swing. I parked near a cafe that opened early for outfitters and rafting guides, and for the first time since the forest, I felt the hum of normal life again. Car doors, conversation, espresso machines hissing. It helped. A little. I texted my friend Alana in Boise. Weird trip. Heading home early. We'll call later. Then I added a message to my coworker that I'd be back for class Monday, pretending everything was fine. When the Ranger District office opened, I drove there. A small wooden building with faded green trim and a flag snapping in the wind. Inside, the air smelled like wet wool and coffee. A man behind the counter looked up from his computer. His name tag read Stevens. Morning, I said. I called last night. About the signs. The laminated ones in Bridger. Titten. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Right, Miss Chu, wasn't it? Yeah. We sent a tech down that access road this morning. He didn't find any current campsites, but he said there was some storm debris. You sure about where you were? Positive, I said. There was a clearing with an old fire ring, and a pine with a laminated sheet nailed to it. Then another up the ridge, and a few more later. He rubbed his chin. You happen to have one of those sheets. I pulled the folded ones from my journal. Rules 1 through 9, plus the warning note from that morning, and laid them on the counter. He frowned, running a finger over the lamination. This isn't ours, he said. We've got fire safety posters, but nothing like this. Looks like someone made these on their own. You said they were nailed up. You sure it wasn't part of a student art project or something? I don't think so, I said. They changed. Each one added a new rule. They were being replaced. The last one told me not to look back. He gave me a half smile that didn't reach his eyes. Well, you didn't, right? No, I said. Then maybe take that as a win. He looked over the rules again, slower this time, his mouth tightening when he reached the line out hearing knocking. Mind if we keep these? Sir, I said. I just want to know who put them up. He shrugged. We'll check with our volunteers. There's a few who like leaving leave. No trace reminders, though this is a little off kilter. You're lucky you didn't get caught in a washout last night. He slid the notes into a folder and closed it. That felt like the end of the conversation. I thanked him and left, feeling both lighter and strangely hollow. I should have driven straight home. Instead, I stopped at a pullout overlooking the valley, shut off the engine, and stared at the tree line. From this distance, the forest looked harmless, just waves of green broken by snow patches and sunlight. But I couldn't stop thinking about the hammer I'd found The blue paint, the precision of those nails. Whoever had left those sheets wasn't trying to make art. They were keeping track. I opened my notebook, meaning to write about it, but instead I found something else tucked inside the back pocket. Something I hadn't put there. A photo. It was a Polaroid, overexposed around the edges, showing my tent from a distance. The shot was taken at night. My campfire glowed faintly in the corner of the frame. The angle was from behind the tree line. There was no note on it, no signature, nothing. Just that. I started the car again and drove until my eyes burned. By the time I reached Pinedale, the clouds were rolling back over the Tetons. I filled up on gas and considered reporting it to local law enforcement. But what would I say? Someone left me laminated camping rules and took a picture of my tent. It sounded paranoid. Instead, I stopped by an outdoor gear store and bought a small lockbox. I sealed the Polaroid, the notes, and my own written pages inside. I told myself it was over, that I'd done everything I could. But that night, in a motel south of Rock Springs, I woke at 3 a.m. to my phone buzzing. No number, no message preview, just a blank notification. Then another, and another. When I finally opened the screen, it showed a single text thread. The sender field was empty. The message read, "If you sleep before dawn, stay still." The 7th rule. I dropped the phone. My hands went numb. The message timestamp was 3:17 a.m., sent 5 minutes earlier. My phone had been on airplane mode since before bed. I turned it off completely, shoved it under the pillow, and sat there listening to the motel walls breathe. The hum of the fridge, the faint hiss of wind outside. No footsteps, no voices. Just that waiting silence I'd learned to fear. By morning, the message was gone. The entire thread erased. I drove home without stopping except for gas and coffee. The further I got from Wyoming, the more the world felt normal again. Billboards, trucks, radio chatter. Boys came into view under clear blue sky, and I could almost believe I'd imagined it. Almost. But that night, unpacking my gear in the garage, I found thin wedged between the folds of my tent a strip of laminated plastic. Torn. The corner of a sheet. I rinsed the mud off and held it under the light. Just one line remained, cut off halfway. Break the last rule. That was all. For weeks afterward, I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe the sheets were part of a local campaign that got canceled years ago. Maybe someone found my blog, knew I was out there, and decided to play with me. I changed my phone number, replaced the tent, even moved apartments. I thought distance would make it fade. It didn't. 3 months later, in July, I got a call from the ranger office. A woman this time, Supervisor Kellerman. Her tone was courteous, careful. "Ms. Chu, this is about those laminated signs you turned in. Do you have a moment?" I said yes. "We did some follow-up," she continued. "Your description matched an area affected by a controlled burn in 2012. There used to be a small field camp near there. Forest Service training. Backcountry fire protocols, that kind of thing. Apparently one of the supervisors was conducting safety drills for new seasonal hires. They found his old manual in the archives last month. It included a section labeled Campfire Rules. Very similar phrasing to what you found." "So those were real?" I asked. "Sort of," she said. "They were meant as mnemonic guidelines. If you see smoke, don't look toward it." That one was about not walking into the wind during flare-ups. If a voice calls from outside, answer no. That meant don't acknowledge unverified radio calls. They were rewritten versions of safety codes. simplified. The supervisor who wrote them died in that same area during a storm the following season. After that, the section was pulled. My throat tightened. How did they end up nailed to trees? That part we don't know, she said. Probably someone found the originals and thought it was interesting folklore. We've removed what we could find. But, she hesitated. You said they updated while you were there. Are you sure you didn't miscount? I'm sure, I said quietly. She sighed. Then all I can say is, thank you for reporting it. And maybe avoid that stretch of forest for a while. It's still unstable after the last burn. We hung up soon after. I sat with that for a long time. The logic was sound training rules, rewritten for safety, distorted over years. I could live with that. Until last week. I was walking home from work. Twilight settling over the neighborhood. A few houses had backyard fires going, smoke curling above fences. The smell made my stomach turn. At my doorstep, something white caught my eye, tucked into the corner of the welcome mat. Laminated paper. Same size. Same typewriter font. No heading this time. Just one line. Rule 11: if you tell anyone, start counting. I looked around, heart in my throat. The street was empty. The next day, I brought it to the local police. They wrote it off as a prank, told me to install cameras, keep records. So I did. Nothing else appeared for weeks. I started to breathe again, until last night, at exactly 3:17 a.m. I woke to the sound of 3 knocks on my apartment wall. Knock, knock, knock. I told myself it was pipes. Expansion, contraction, something normal. But then came 2 softer taps, and a whisper through the drywall. So faint I couldn't be sure I hadn't dreamed it. Maya. I didn't move. I didn't answer. If a voice calls from outside, answer no. I whispered it back into the dark. My voice barely audible. No, the silence that followed was deep enough to swallow every other sound. It's morning now. I haven't slept. My phone's on the table beside me, turned off. There's a blank sheet of paper next to it, and I keep staring at it, half expecting words to appear. If these rules are just echoes of someone's old system, then maybe I'm just another link in it now. An ain't written where there's used to be. I think about the last torn line, the one that ended mid-sentence. Maybe it wasn't don't break the last rule. Maybe it was don't make the last rule. Either way, I'm done. I won't write another one. But if you ever camp alone in Bridger, Teton, and find a laminated sheet nailed to a pine, read the first line carefully. And if it tells you not to look toward the smoke, don't. My name is Leo Grant, and I've been an amateur radio operator for the better part of 15 years. The call sign's KL7LJG. Registered out of Anchorage, though I haven't lived there since 2021. These days I keep mostly to myself, running weather reports and field tests for a handful of hobbyist networks that still care about HF propagation. It's nothing official, not since the job at the university went south, but it keeps my head busy. I'm 40. One unmarried. By deliberate choice. Spending the last week of September alone in Rangel, St. Elias National Park. When I packed for this trip, I told myself it would be simple. 1 week at Skolai Pass, a broad stretch of tundra between ridgelines where the air feels older than language. I had a lightweight tent, an internal frame pack, a Yaesu FT-N18 transceiver, a 40-foot telescoping whip antenna, and enough lithium packs to keep the signal alive through frost. My only company was the quiet hum of static between frequencies, that faint oceanic hiss that has followed me through half my life. I've always liked it. The sound of distance itself. The bush pilot dropped me off around 10:00 a.m. on a pale, cold Monday. He was a young guy out of McCarthy, all beard and grin. The kind who jokes to cover the silence when the engine cuts. Before he left, he nodded toward the ridgeline and said, "You'll have the park to yourself out here. Closest trail cruise 40 miles east." Then he lifted off and vanished into cloud. His words were both comfort and warning. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for: cold mornings, honest work, and the kind of silence that strips the noise out of your skull. I logged field strength readings every hour, checking signal drift across bands. The ionosphere had been unstable all week, and it made for interesting propagation. Long skips, weird bounces off the auroral layer. I caught fragments of foreign stations, Russian numbers maybe, and the occasional emergency beacon ping. Nothing unusual for Alaska's upper latitudes. The camp sat in a shallow bowl between rock slopes, just far enough from the glacial runoff that the sound of water came as a dull, steady rush. Each night I tuned to 7125 Mats, my usual calling frequency, and sent short CQ bursts, just standard contact requests. More habit than hope. It was comfort, like tapping on a wall to know it's still there. On the third night, everything began to shift. The temperature had dropped fast after sunset. The tent canvas stiffened with frost, and my breath came out in slow silver ropes. I was half zipped in my sleeping bag, radio propped on the camp table, when a faint carrier tone cut through the static. I thought it was another ham operator. Rare this far north, but not impossible. The signal strength was low but clean, steady around S3. I keyed my mic. KL7LJG, this is Leo. Calling any station on 7125. Over. Nothing for a moment. Then a burst of static, followed by a voice. Thin, faint, but unmistakably my own. "Leo, don't go outside." I froze. The transmission ended in white noise. No repeat, no call sign. Nothing but that open hiss again. I waited, heart hammering. After a long minute, I keyed up again. "Station calling KL7LJG. Please identify." "You're breaking up. Over." Static. Then, very quietly, the same voice again. "Stay inside the tent. Please." The sound wasn't identical to mine. It was off in subtle ways, slightly hollow, like it came through a longer tunnel. But the phrasing, the cadence, it was me. I replayed the buffer on the recorder twice. The modulation patterns even matched my normal speech rate. I sat there a while, headset still on, watching my breath fog the inside of the tent. The rational part of me began listing possibilities. Could the radio be looping a delayed transmission from earlier? Maybe an artifact from a prior CQ call bouncing back on long skip. VHF can do strange things under auroral conditions. Signals ricochet across hemispheres and return seconds or minutes later. It happens. But I hadn't said those words. The voice came again, clearer now. "Leo, if you hear this, do not open the tent." The tone wasn't urgent, it was exhausted, almost pleading. I shut off the transceiver and sat in silence, trying to steady my breathing. The night outside was absolute. No wind, no animals. Just the slow grind of glacial ice somewhere in the dark. I told myself it was a prank. Maybe someone from the Anchorage amateur radio club picking up my frequency and screwing around. But I hadn't mentioned this trip to anyone. After an hour, I turned the radio back on. Dead air. I left it tuned to the same frequency and tried to sleep, the faint hiss bleeding into my dreams. By morning, I had almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. The brain does odd tricks in isolation. I brewed instant coffee, checked my battery levels, and hiked half a mile up the ridge to adjust the antenna orientation. The mountains rose like teeth under a sheet of fog, the ground crusted with ice. It was beautiful in that silent, indifferent way Alaska always is. At 10:00 a.m. I ran another test call. Nothing new, still nothing. Around 300, the sky went gray-green, and the radio began catching intermittent bursts of static again. I logged it automatically, not even thinking, until the headset crackled, and that same voice said, "You shouldn't have moved the antenna." I dropped the mic. The radio hissed, then fell silent. My pulse thudded against my ears. The tent was half a mile away, down a slope. The voice had come exactly at the moment I'd rotated the mast, like it had been watching. I scanned the ridges. Nothing moved but cloud. I made myself pick up the mic. "Who is this? Repeat your call sign." Over. Silence. Then, almost too soft to hear, "You won't see me if you look." Something cold threaded through my gut. I turned the unit off again and sat in the snow, forcing my mind through every logical angle. Radio reflection. Unlikely. Delayed transmission from a distant station, coincidentally speaking English. Possible. But the phrasing, those direct references, were impossible coincidences. Back at camp, I pulled apart every connection antenna, coax, mic jack, power leads. All solid. No loops, no signs of shorting. I ran a self-test. Transmit and receive were both normal. When I keyed a signal tone, it returned at the expected frequency. Still, the moment dusk fell, I couldn't bring myself to transmit. That night I sat awake in the tent, listening to the radio hiss. My headlamp painted the nylon walls in dull amber. The quiet pressed against the fabric like a weight. At one point, around 100 a.m., the static shifted again, low and pulsing, and a whisper came through. Barely audible but unmistakable.
"Don't answer it."
I swallowed hard. Answer what? I asked out loud before I could stop myself. A pause. Then, "You'll know." I turned the radio off so fast the relay clicked. For a long while, I sat motionless, hand still on the dial. I didn't sleep that night. By dawn, snow was falling, fine, dry grains sweeping across the valley. My logbook recorded the temperature at -2 Celsius. I forced myself into routine: boil water, eat oatmeal, check weather band, test battery voltage. The more I focused on procedure, the less room there was for the voice in my head. But that morning the weather band itself started acting strange. Noah's automated female voice, monotone, clear, kept skipping mid-sentence, repeating the same phrase. "This is a test. This is a test. This is a test." I waited for it to finish the loop, but it never did. 10 minutes straight. Then the channel went dead. I switched back to Sentinel 15 minutes. The second I tuned in, my own voice filled the headset again. Not a whisper this time. Steady, level, professional, like a man reading from a script. "This is Leo Grant, KL7LJG, requesting immediate contact. If you hear me, do not respond. I repeat, do not respond." It was my call sign, my full name, everything. I checked the recorder, confirmed it was receiving. The voice kept going. "Something is copying me," it said. "It learns the delays between my transmissions. If you hear me, you are already in its range." The recording looped once. Then the signal faded. I sat frozen, staring at the dials. Every instinct said to key the mic, to call back and prove the absurdity of it. But something, the memory of that earlier whisper, "Don't answer it," stopped me. I left the radio on and unkeyed, just listening. The frequency went quiet again. Only the steady hiss of distance remained. Outside, the snowfall thickened, coating everything in slow, patient white. I thought about hiking out early, but the pilot wasn't scheduled to return until Friday. The GPS showed no movement, no signals nearby. Yet the hairs on my arms stayed raised all morning, as though the air itself were watching. By late afternoon, I started hearing faint clicks from the radio, short rhythmic taps, like someone sending Morse. I tried decoding it, but the intervals were off, inconsistent. Not Morse, not anything structured. Just the repetition of noise that somehow still felt deliberate. I turned off the power supply. The clicking continued. That was the moment I realized the sound wasn't coming from the radio at all. It was coming from outside the tent. The sound came slow and deliberate, the kind of rhythm no branch makes in wind. 3 taps, pause, 2 taps, pause, then 3 again. I held my breath and counted the gaps. The pattern wasn't random. It was measured, almost rehearsed. The tent fabric shifted slightly with the weight of snow, but the tapping didn't match the wind's tempo. It was closer, maybe 3 or 4 feet from where I sat. I pulled off my headset and just listened. The air outside had that muffled density snow brings, as if the world were wrapped in cotton. Somewhere out there, something was touching the aluminum guy line that ran from my tent to the antenna pole. I unzipped the sleeping bag and reached for my headlamp. My hand hesitated on the switch. Every part of me screamed not to go out there, but staying blind felt worse. I flipped the light on. The interior of the tent glowed orange. The tapping stopped. "All right," I muttered to no one, voice shaking. "Fine." I took my radio off the table, kept it powered but silent. The antenna cable still fed through the vent flap, which meant if something was brushing against it, I might see the movement through the outer layer. I crawled to the door and pulled the zipper halfway. Cold air sliced in. The snow outside reflected my light like crushed glass. No footprints, no shape. Just the guy line, taut and trembling slightly in the breeze. I stepped out barefoot, every muscle locked. The air smelled of tin and ozone. I traced the line from the tent to the pole. Nothing there. No tracks around it. But the snow beneath looked disturbed. melted into shallow depressions, like someone had knelt there hours before. The ridge above was a clean white void. I turned in a slow circle, trying not to imagine shapes in the trees. When I ducked back inside, the radio was whispering again. Leo. The voice was faint, buried under static, but the tone was identical to mine. This time it wasn't pleading. It was calm. "You shouldn't have left the tent," it said. I stared at the transceiver. My fingers felt numb. "Who is this?" I asked, forcing steadiness. "Identify yourself." The voice didn't answer. Instead, it repeated, "You shouldn't have left the tent." I shut the power off again. This time, I pulled the antenna wire completely free and coiled it in my lap. The radio was dead metal, now incapable of sending or receiving. I told myself the problem had to be something in my head. Delayed echoes, audio pareidolia, stress. Loneliness can make familiar tones out of chaos. I'd read about it in comm studies, how isolation warps your auditory cortex. But knowing that didn't slow my heartbeat. I didn't sleep. Every few minutes, I heard faint ticks against the pole again. Morning brought a white horizon. It had snowed several inches overnight, smoothing everything to clean perfection. I stepped outside and forced myself to circle the camp perimeter. I needed evidence, prints, marks, anything, to anchor my sanity. There were no tracks, not even my own from the night before. Just unbroken snow from the ridge down to the streambed. I spent the day in mechanical motion, repaired a tent seam, recalibrated the radio for low power testing, checked the battery voltage, anything to keep from thinking. The static hiss returned in the afternoon, weaker but steady. I left the radio on as background noise, a kind of white curtain between me and the silence. Around sunset, I started picking up what sounded like open mic bleed. Someone transmitting with the button half pressed. It was faint, intermittent breathing and static. A man's breath. Mine. I pressed record. At 1847, the breathing stopped and a voice whispered, "You'll hear the door soon." No inflection, no emotion. I didn't have a door. Just a tent flap. For an hour I sat frozen, staring at that zipper, waiting for movement. Nothing came. When I finally moved again, my throat was raw and my coffee had gone cold. I wrote everything down in the logbook. Date, time, exact phrasing, even the S-meter reading. The handwriting looked like someone else's, tight and crooked. Then, out of nowhere, the radio picked up another signal. Different tone, different modulation. A real voice this time, not mine. "This is Echo 7-2, emergency relay. Copy any station, over." The voice was male, Midwestern accent, tired. Real, human. I lunged for the mic. "Echo 7-2, this is KL 7LJG, Rangel St. Elias region. Do you copy?" A beat of static. Then, "I copy, KL 7LJG. Got your coordinates. What's your situation?" I nearly laughed with relief. "I'm fine. Just having interference issues. Possible spoofing on my frequency. Might need extraction sooner than planned." "Understood. I'll patch through the request. Hang tight, Leo." The line went dead. That was the first time the stranger had used my name. I hadn't said it. My mouth went dry. I keyed again, slow and careful. "Echo 7 2, repeat your call sign for confirmation. Over. Nothing. I repeated. Still nothing. Then, softly, Leo, that's not me. It was my own voice again. I ripped the power cable free and shoved the radio out into the snow. The sound cut mid-syllable. I stayed inside the tent the rest of the night, flashlight trembling in my hand. I kept telling myself I was overtired, dehydrated, misinterpreting interference patterns. HF signals can do bizarre things in mountain weather. That's all it was. But something kept replaying in my head. The phrase, "You'll hear the doors soon." At 02:13 a.m., I heard the zipper move. It wasn't wind. It slid slow, tooth by tooth, as if someone outside was teasing it open an inch at a time. My body went rigid. The beam of my flashlight quivered over the fabric. I whispered, "Who's there?" No reply. Just the rasp of metal teeth. Another inch lower. I lunged forward and yanked it shut again from the inside, locking the pull tab in place with a carabiner. My heart was slamming so hard it hurt. I waited. The tent walls breathed with the cold wind. Then came the voice, inches from the canvas. You heard it, not through the radio. Directly, it was me. My exact voice, muffled but certain. Every muscle in me seized. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The air outside felt charged, like before lightning. The shape of a hand pressed briefly against the fabric. 5 fingers, gloved or bare, I couldn't tell. Then it withdrew. I sat there until dawn, unmoving. When light finally broke, the world outside looked almost normal again. No prints. No sign anyone had been there. The radio lay half buried in drifted snow, covered like it had slept all night. I dug it out with numb fingers. The casing was cold, condensation frozen in tiny beads along the display. When I powered it back on, it went straight to static. No voice. No interference. Just the hum I'd loved for years. Distance and nothing more. I started packing. Enough was enough. The bush pilot wasn't due for another day. But I figured I could reach the extraction ridge by nightfall. I'd make a signal fire. Wait. Anything to leave this place behind. By noon I had the antenna dismantled. Pack loaded. Tent broken down. I shouldered the weight and started toward the ridge. GPS set for waypoint Charlie 2. The snow was bright, blinding. Halfway up the first slope, I caught a faint crackle from inside the pack. The radio had turned on by itself. The speaker hissed, then my voice said, "Calm and close. If you keep walking, you won't find the ridge." I stopped dead. My gloves were soaked in sweat. "Enough," I said out loud. "You're not real." But the voice continued, quieter now. "You left the tent. I told you not to." I ripped open the pack, pulled the radio out, and yanked the battery. The display went dark. The silence that followed was complete, until something else reached my ears, faint and distinct in the thin air. A radio call, but not from the unit, from far up the valley. KL7LJG, this is Echo 7-2, we're on approach. Can you confirm visual smoke signal? Real human voices again. The sound of an engine undercut the transmission. A plane. Maybe the pilot returning early. I felt dizzy with relief. I fumbled for my flare kit and set one off, orange smoke curling against the gray sky. I keyed my spare handheld transceiver. Echo 7. 2. I have visual on you. Smoke deployed. Static. Then, copy that, Leo. We see your position. Stay put. It was the same tone as before. Calm. Authoritative. Only this time, I noticed something new in the background. A faint, rhythmic tapping. 3 beats. Pause. 2. Pause. 3 again. I turned in a slow circle, looking for the plane. The sound of an engine grew louder. Then I saw it crest the ridge. A white Cessna with no visible markings. It circled once overhead, then began to descend toward the flat below. I raised both arms, shouting over the roar. But the plane never landed. It kept gliding lower, slower, until it vanished behind a curtain of falling snow. The radio crackled one last time. Stay where you are, Leo. We'll come to you. Then, silence. The snow started again, heavy and soundless. I stood there for a long while, staring at the empty valley. And that's when I noticed the footprints leading toward me through the snow. They were mine. At first I thought it was a trick of wind and light, that the pattern I saw in the snow was just the echo of old movement. But when I crouched down, the tread marks were fresh. Sharp edges, clear boot heel. My boot heel. Even the scuff along the right sole matched perfectly. The one I'd made stepping off the float plane on the first day. The prints came from the white void beyond the ridge and ended a few yards from where I stood. They faced me, as if whoever left them had been watching from close range. The engine sound was gone. No plane. Just the wide, humming quiet of Rangel St. Elias. The kind that eats thoughts. I followed the tracks with my eyes, not my feet. They curved in a slow arc behind me, through the same snow I just crossed moments earlier. The route was identical. Every step where mine had been perfectly mirrored. I turned full circle, and my stomach sank. The path continued past me, looping around the tense ghost of a footprint, doubling back toward the stream bed. It looked like someone had walked every road I had. Just behind me, one heartbeat late. I forced air into my lungs, told myself I was misremembering distances. Heat loss, fatigue, pattern recognition. Simple brain errors. But that cold certainty in my chest said otherwise. I started moving again. The radio was dead in my pocket. I didn't even bother checking the display. The sky had gone slate gray, clouds sagging low enough to blur horizon lines. I pushed through thigh, deep drifts toward the ridge where the plane had vanished. Every few dozen steps, the wind shifted, and I swore I heard the faint pop of radio static, thin as breath. Once, I caught what might have been my name, half swallowed by snow. By the time I reached the ridge, visibility was near zero. The valley below was a white smear. No sign of an aircraft, no tire grooves, no smoke. The cold was starting to bite hard now. -10 at least. My gloves were stiff, fingers useless. I knew if I stayed much longer, hypothermia would do what fear hadn't. I turned back toward camp, using the GPS waypoint as my guide. The screen flickered twice, then died. For the first time since this started, I felt panic. Not the movie kind. Sharp, silent panic that hollows your chest. The kind that whispers, "You're not walking in circles, the world is." I tried to set a straight course by sight, but every direction looked identical. The footprints, mine or the others, had vanished under new snow. I was alone inside a white sphere, with no up or down. Then the radio in my pocket clicked on. No battery should have done that. I'd pulled it hours ago. But the screen glowed faint green through the fabric, faint hum leaking out. A voice, low, steady, spoke through the static. "Turn back, Leo." I froze. The words were calm this time, measured. No urgency, just quiet insistence. I pressed the transmit key out of reflex, even knowing it couldn't work. "Turn back where? Who is this?" The voice didn't answer directly. It just said, "You'll reach the tent soon." That stopped me cold. I had been walking away from it. I looked around. Nothing but the blank horizon. But there, down the slope, was a darker shape. Maybe half a mile off. Too square to be natural. It took me 20 minutes to reach it, snow up to my knees. The shape resolved slowly through the gray, until it became unmistakable my tent. But the antenna was still standing, and I dismantled it that morning. I stood there a long while, breath rasping inside my scarf. The tent flap was zipped closed. The fabric looked untouched, no sign of wind or snow buildup. Like it had been occupied the whole time. I whispered, "This isn't possible." The radio crackled faintly again. "Don't open it." I turned the volume down to a whisper. "What happens if I do?" Nothing. I walked closer anyway. The urge to verify was stronger than fear. Every scientist part of my brain screamed for evidence, data, cause. When I reached the flap, I saw something that made my knees weaken. Fresh boot prints led into the tent. 2 sets, both identical to mine. My hands shook as I touched the zipper. Ice crusted its teeth. I hesitated, then drew it open in one motion. Inside, the space was dim and dry. The sleeping bag lay open. My radio sat on the folding table, powered on, signal light blinking. And sitting in front of it, back turned to me, was a man wearing my jacket. He was motionless, headset on. I couldn't speak. The sound coming from the headset was faint but clear static, then breathing, then my voice on a loop. "Don't open the tent." The figure twitched just slightly, like someone hearing a noise in a dream. Slowly, he turned his head to the side. It was me, or maybe it wasn't. The face was gaunt, eyes too deep, skin sunburned and cracked from exposure, but every detail, scar on the chin, same wool hat, same unshaven jaw, matched. He blinked once, slow, and opened his mouth. "Lio," he said, voice raw. "It told me you'd come." I stumbled back, falling into the snow. My chest seized up. "What the hell is this?" He didn't answer. He just lifted the headset off and turned toward the radio. The microphone clicked once. Through the speaker, my own voice came again, but not live. Hollow, distant. "If you hear this, you are already in its range." He looked at me. "It learns the delay." "What delay?" He smiled faintly. "Between who you think you are and who's still listening." I wanted to move, to run, but something in his tone, something fragile, resigned, kept me rooted. "It copies transmission," he said. "Each time you answer, it gets closer. You stop hearing the difference." His fingers trembled as he reached for the power switch. Don't call out anymore. Then he shut the radio off. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. When I finally looked up again, the tent was empty. No man, no sleeping bag, no footprints leading out. Just the faint impression where someone had sat, headset, cord trailing off the table, and disappearing into the snow. I stumbled outside, lungs burning. The static was gone now, no radio hum, no wind. Even the air felt empty. The snow under my boots looked undisturbed, as though I hadn't moved at all. My GPS blinked back to life. The screen said I was standing at my original campsite coordinates. The timestamp read 2 days earlier. For a long time, I didn't move. Then, faintly, from the headset still lying in the tent, a voice whispered, "What can start again now?" I left the camp then. I don't remember walking. Only the crunch of snow, the hollow weight in my chest, and the way my shadow stayed perfectly aligned with me, no matter which way I turned. I found the extraction ridge at dusk. The pilot wasn't there, of course. The sky cleared, just enough to reveal the long slope of the mountains, stretching black and white into forever. I built a signal fire anyway, because it was something to do. My hands worked automatically, stacking kindling, striking flint. When the flame caught, I sat beside it and stared at the glow until my vision blurred. That's when the radio, my original unit, the one I'd thrown into the snow the night before, crackled from inside my pack. I hadn't touched it since. No power source, no battery. The display blinked to life. KLSOG, this is Echo 7-2. We've received your distress call. Copy your location. Stay where you are. I didn't answer. I just watched the screen, waiting. The voice repeated, "Stay where you are." Then, after a pause, softer, "Hey, still transmitting." The channel went dead. I turned the unit over. The battery compartment was empty. Something inside me broke then. I hurled the radio into the fire. It cracked once, plastic curling, then split with a sharp hiss. The flame flickered blue for an instant before settling. The night stretched long after that. I watched the stars flicker out, one by one behind passing cloud. My breath came shallow, lungs aching from cold and exhaustion. Near dawn, the sound returned. Soft static, not from the fire, not from the wind, but from the air itself. Like the atmosphere had learned how to breathe. It built slowly until it sounded almost like a voice saying my name. I closed my eyes. When the bush pilot found me 2 days later, I was sitting upright beside the burned-out fire. The tent was gone. My radio gear was gone. The logbook was half, melted under the ash, pages fused together. He said I looked fine, just dehydrated and confused. Said I kept asking if he could hear. The delay. I didn't tell him what it meant. Back in Anchorage, I rebuilt the same model of radio out of habit. Old instinct dies hard. It sits on the desk beside me now, antenna coiled, power light off. I haven't turned it on since that week. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the city noise dies out, I can swear I hear faint static leaking from the speakers. A breath, a pause, and then a voice that sounds just like mine, saying quietly, "Don't answer." My name is Sophia Armenta, and I am 34 years old. I teach environmental acoustics at the University of Maine, which means I spend more time listening than speaking. When I applied for my research permit to record natural soundscapes in Acadia National Park, I thought I was after data. Wind resonance through pine needles, ripple decay over granite, the spectral signature of moving water. What I got instead was a voice that sounded almost like mine, but not quite, whistling back from the trees. I arrived in mid-September, just before the colors turned. Acadia in that season smells of wet bark and cold salt, a mix that stays in your clothes. The ranger who checked my permit, a lean man with sun-creased eyes named Mercer, gave me the standard warnings about moose crossings, tide changes, and isolation. Streams get loud when the wind's right, he told me, tapping my shoulder as if the remark carried weight. Don't let the echoes fool you. I hiked out to a place called Hadlock Brook, east of Norumbega Mountain, a narrow stream that threads through spruce and beech before it merges into a wider marsh. It was off the main trails, away from the weekend hikers. I wanted clean recordings, untouched by human presence. My field kit included a directional microphone, a small recorder with time, stamped GPS data, and a handheld spectrometer for frequency analysis. I camped nearby, close enough to hear the brook's steady hush, but far enough not to risk condensation on the equipment. That first night was unremarkable. The air dropped into the 40s, clear and sharp. The stream kept its rhythm, layered with insect noise and an occasional owl call. Around 2 a.m., I heard something faint, a whistle. 3 ascending notes, soft but deliberate. Not a bird, not the wind either. It had the human cadence, that subtle control of breath that nature rarely mimics. I sat up in my sleeping bag listening. It repeated after a pause, this time lower, like someone blowing through cupped hands. My first thought was a hiker, maybe someone on the carriage road. But no one hikes those paths that late in the season. And certainly not at that hour. The sound faded before I could trace direction. I made a note in my log, 02:17 a.m. 3. Note whistle, human pattern, distance unknown. Then I let it go. The second night it returned. Same pitch, same spacing between notes. Only this time I was ready. I set my microphone facing the brook and kept my recorder running from dusk onward. Around 7:40 a.m., the whistle came again, faint but clear through the headphones. I pressed mark on the recorder, noting the time. But what unsettled me wasn't just hearing it. It was how perfectly it matched a tune. I sometimes whistle myself while working, a small habit, 3 notes rising, 1 dropping, the kind of unconscious melody you hum without thinking. I froze, breath shallow. Could I have done it earlier in the day? Could the echo or water resonance somehow replay it? That seemed absurd, yet the recognition was instant. The whistle sounded familiar in a way that made my scalp tighten. I didn't move the rest of the night. The next morning, when sunlight thinned through the branches, I reviewed the recording. The whistle was there, faint but traceable. I filtered the noise, amplified the waveform, and ran it through my analysis program. The frequency curve was oddly stretched, as if time itself had been pulled. The whistle lasted 4 seconds, but the modulation rate was slower than any natural replay. It was mine, I was almost certain, but slowed down and reversed. For the next 2 days, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the stream's flow had created a Doppler shift. Maybe my equipment glitched. I ran a control test, whistling deliberately into the forest at varying pitches, marking each file. The recordings came back normal. No reversals, no time distortion. Everything clean, except for the one from that night. By the 4th day, the pattern became stranger. The whistle didn't come from the same place twice. Sometimes it drifted from downstream, near where the brook curved around moss-covered stones. Sometimes it seemed higher, as though carried by the treetops. I even heard it once during daylight. Brief, just a single warped note like a breath caught in water. That afternoon, I met Mercer again. He was checking campsites, making sure everyone had cleared before a forecasted storm. I told him about the sound, half joking. His reaction surprised me. He didn't laugh or dismiss it. He just nodded slowly, gaze turning toward the trees. "You camping near Hadlock?" he asked. "Yes. East Bank." He chewed his lip. "That stream carries weird. I've had reports. People think they're hearing voices. One guy swore the water talked back to him." I said, trying to sound professional. "Maybe," he replied. Then, quieter. "Just don't whistle after dark." That night I didn't plan to record. The air had gone heavy with humidity, and fog crawled low across the ground. I sat by the stream anyway, flashlight off, letting the dark swallow the camp's outline. The water's murmur filled everything. A low, constant whisper punctuated by faint drips. Then came the whistle again, distant but clear, threading through the noise. 3 ascending notes. I held my breath. Then it played again, slower, lower, like someone mimicking themselves underwater. My pulse climbed. I raised my recorder, and whistled back once, deliberately matching the same tune. The sound vanished. The forest went still, in that peculiar way that feels personal, like the silence is waiting for something from you. I sat there for a long time, thinking about Mercer's warning. When I finally returned to the tent, I noticed condensation on the recorder's casing, though the air wasn't cold enough for dew. Inside the tent, I played back what I'd captured. The file started normally, rustling leaves, running water. Then, about 12 seconds in, came the whistle. It echoed, then reversed, and something else layered beneath it. Faint, almost subsonic, but human in contour. A breath between the notes. It sounded like someone exhaling behind me. I turned off the player, listened. Nothing but my own pulse in my ears. I told myself it was my imagination. I told myself the microphone had picked up my breathing. But I hadn't been that close to it. I slept poorly. At dawn, fog veiled the stream like smoke. The forest felt emptied of sound. Even the chickadees were quiet. I followed the brook upstream with my field kit, tracing its bends until I reached a shallow pool under a leaning pine. The air was colder there, dense. I crouched, lowering the microphone toward the water. My reflection blurred and broke apart on the surface. For a second, I thought I saw movement beneath, a darker current twisting upward. But it vanished as a gust rippled the pool. I recorded for an hour, then packed up. As I turned to leave, a whistle drifted again, faint but unmistakable. It came from my left, though the stream curved right. I pivoted, scanning the undergrowth. No figure, no light, nothing. Just that tone, my tone, stretched and hollow. I followed it maybe 30 yards before realizing. The sound had drawn me in a loop. I was back where I started, by the pine. That was when I saw the shoe prints. One set. My own. Fresh in the damp soil, facing the opposite direction I'd just walked. The park closed the next morning due to the incoming storm. I packed in a hurry, still uneasy. As I loaded the car, I noticed the recorder had switched itself on. The LED glowed red. I hadn't touched it. The new file was 12 minutes long. I pressed play, expecting static or pocket noise. Instead, I heard my own voice, muffled and distant. Don't whistle back. The file ended abruptly. I sat there in the driver's seat, hands trembling slightly against the steering wheel. The rain began to fall, slow, heavy drops that blurred the windshield. For the first time in my life, I deleted a recording without analysis. I told myself it was corrupted data, nothing more. Still, the memory of that reversed tune stayed with me. 3 notes rising, one falling, drawn out like breath through water. By the time I reached Bar Harbor, the storm had settled in full. The wind coming off the Atlantic howled through the streets, making the harbor bells shudder. Yet beneath it, faint but certain, I could swear I heard that same whistle drifting from the sea. Slowed down, distant, as if carried across miles. And this time, I didn't whistle back. The morning after the storm, Acadia looked rinsed and raw. Branches littered the trailheads, and pools of brown water filled the hollows between roots. I'd slept in a motel near Bar Harbor, though. Slept. Was generous. I kept half, waking to phantom sounds. A gust that almost became a whistle before fading. A drainpipe sigh that echoed in a strange rhythm. When dawn finally came, I felt both relieved and exhausted. I told myself I was done with the whole thing. A bad week in the field, that's all. The recorder was still sitting on the passenger seat of my car. Its display cracked where I must have dropped it in the rush. I thought about mailing it back to the department's tech lab for a diagnostics run. But that meant more explaining than I wanted to do. The faculty already thought I was overextended. Still, curiosity is a disease I've never been able to cure. By mid-morning, I found myself plugging the recorder into my laptop, mostly to prove that I could face the data without superstition. The files loaded normally, time-stamped and indexed. My folders were all there, except one. The folder labeled Night 04 had reappeared. The one I deleted before leaving the campsite. The system log showed it was restored at 0047 under 11 a.m., a time I knew for certain the laptop had been off. There was only one file inside. It was titled STRAM 2005, WAV. The timestamp read exactly the same minute the power went out in the motel during the storm. I hovered my mouse over it for a long time before hitting play. At first it was just ambient noise, rain hitting the tent, wind dragging through pine. Then a faint whistle rose through the static. 3 notes, stretched and low. It wasn't the same as before. It was slower, and each note seemed to bend upward, the inverse of my usual tune. Beneath it, another sound emerged: footsteps through water, deliberate and heavy, sloshing close to the microphone. I froze. The rhythm was too precise for runoff or debris. It sounded like someone wading in. Then came breathing. Slow, measured, almost calm. And finally a voice. Distorted but clear enough that my stomach dropped. It said my name. Not shouted, not whispered. Just spoken, as if testing it. Sophia. I yanked my earbuds out so hard the cord snapped from the jack. The room returned. The motel's heater cycling on. The rain outside still soft against the window. I stared at the waveform on screen. A series of uneven humps, the amplitude rising near the end. I didn't play it again. I just sat there, breathing through my teeth, until the adrenaline drained away by noon. I'd convinced myself to leave town early. I packed up, tossed the recorder into the back seat, and started the drive north. But just past the Holes Cove Visitor Center, I saw Mercer's truck parked at the turnout. He was talking to a couple of trail workers, gesturing toward the closed gate. Something in me hesitated. I pulled over. He recognized me instantly. "You made it out before the worst of it," he said. Barely. I tried to sound casual. "Everything okay in the park?" He hesitated. "Depends on what you call okay." He told me 2 hikers hadn't checked out before the storm. A couple from Vermont. Their last GPS ping was near Hadlock Brook, close to where I'd camped. The rangers were organizing a sweep once the trails cleared. They probably just rode it out in their car, he said, but his tone lacked conviction. I didn't mention the file. I didn't tell him that my name had come through that. Same static where the whistle lived. Instead, I asked a question that felt safer. "Have you ever heard it yourself?" The whistle. Mercer studied me for a moment. "Once," he said. "Years ago. Thought it was a loon at first, but it carried against the wind. Sounded like it knew where I was standing." "What did you do?" I walked away. His gaze lingered on me. "You should do the same." I nodded, thanked him, and drove on. But his words clung to me. By the time I reached the highway, my thoughts had folded back into themselves. How the file reappeared, how the sound bent time. I knew what any rational person would say: corrupted metadata, accidental file duplication, storm interference. And yet the voice saying my name, I couldn't let it go. That night, back home in Orono, I uploaded the file into my analysis software. I told myself it was professional curiosity. When you study sound, you learn to recognize artifacts: wind bursts, microphone handling, data compression. But this wasn't any of those. The whistle's spectrogram revealed harmonic peaks, mirroring my original pattern, but inverted. The same notes, in reverse frequency order. More than that, a faint secondary trace overlapped it. Like a delayed version of the same sound, played backward through water. I isolated the low frequencies and slowed them to half speed. Beneath the main tone, another layer emerged, almost inaudible at normal speed. At 0.5x, it was breathing. At 0.3x, it was speech. The words were fragmented, blurred by static. I adjusted filters, narrowing the band. After a dozen tweaks, I caught the phrase clearly. "Don't go back." I leaned back from the desk, the air in my apartment suddenly heavy. The phrase repeated once more, softer, then cut off with a sharp click. The kind of click a recorder makes when the stop button is pressed. The next day, I emailed the park office to confirm Mercer's report about the missing hikers. No response. I called the listed ranger station, but the line went straight to voicemail. For the first time, I felt an urge that wasn't curiosity but obligation. If something had happened out there, maybe my recordings captured it. By evening, the silence itself became oppressive. I'd turned every appliance off, yet a faint hiss persisted in the air. The phantom of white noise you sometimes hear after hours with headphones. I realized, with a kind of slow dread, that it matched the same pitch range as the stream. I slept on the couch with my laptop open beside me. The file paused mid-waveform. Around 2000 a.m., the speakers crackled. The laptop wasn't playing anything. I reached for the trackpad, but the pointer moved on its own. Just a centimeter, a hesitant nudge. Then the file began to play from the exact point I'd stopped. Through the noise came the whistle again, reversed, followed by something new, the faint splash of water, steady and rhythmic. It took me a second to understand. It was footsteps pacing in a shallow current. Then came my own voice, not the Sophia from before, but a new one, recorded cleaner. It said, "Why did you come back?" I slammed the lid shut. The sound cut off, but my pulse didn't. I unplugged everything. Sat in the dark for what felt like an hour. My throat was dry enough to ache. I knew I hadn't gone back, not physically. But the thought crept in, maybe listening was a kind of return. In the morning, I packed the recorder and laptop into a padded case and drove straight to the university lab. The campus was nearly empty for fall break, which made it easier. I ran the hardware diagnostics, testing for automatic playback, triggers, or malware interference. The system showed no anomalies. The recorder's firmware log, however, displayed a single unsent data burst, timestamped at 02:13 a.m., the exact moment the file played on its own. The destination address wasn't a university server. It was blank. I stared at the screen until my reflection blurred into the monitor. I didn't send anything, but something used the recorder as a transmitter. When I left the lab, the sky had turned, that dull pewter shade that precedes rain. My phone buzzed with an email notification from an address I didn't recognize. Hadlock, Field Log, Maine. Gov. The subject line read only, "Audio review request." Inside was a single sentence, "Please return to your recording site to verify final calibration." It was signed, M. Mercer. The tone was formal, identical to the park's standard correspondence. Yet when I clicked the header details, the timestamp showed it was sent at 0347 a.m. that same morning. I checked the ranger directory again. Mercer's name wasn't listed anymore. His retirement had been filed 6 months earlier. I stared at the message for a long time, trying to decide if I believed in coincidences. Then I did the one thing I shouldn't have. I replied, confirming receipt. Will verify on site. As soon as I hit send, the air in my apartment shifted. A draft through a closed window. A whisper of pressure change. From outside, carry faintly through the autumn wind, came 3 notes, rising then falling, soft enough to doubt but clear enough to know. I closed my eyes. Somewhere between reason and fear, a single truth formed and wouldn't leave. I brought the whistle home. It had followed. Tomorrow, I'll drive back to Acadia. I need to see the stream again, if only to prove that sound can't chase you. But part of me already knows what I'll hear when I get there. I reached Acadia just after dawn. The park gate was unmanned, a strip of yellow tape fluttering weakly from one post. The air still held that post-storm hush, where every branch dripped and every footstep sounded too loud. I parked near the Hadlock Brook trailhead and sat for a long minute before killing the engine. It wasn't bravery that brought me back. More like compulsion. The way a researcher has to finish a pattern once it starts. I told myself I'd just take one last set of readings, verify the calibration, as the email had said, and leave. But even as I unpacked the gear, I knew the lie in that. I needed to hear it again, whatever it was. The trail was slick with pine needles. When I reached the old campsite, the fire ring was half filled with rainwater, and the spot where my tent had been was bare, except for a shallow impression in the mud. The stream still ran fast from the runoff, a low, steady murmur that almost covered the tremor in my breath. I set the recorder on a rock and hit standby. The LED blinked once, red, then green. A perfect calibration. The same unit I'd sworn to destroy 2 nights ago. For the first half hour, nothing. Just water and wind. I started to relax, almost embarrassed by how tightly I'd wound myself around a sound. Then I heard it, faint but clear, from somewhere upstream. 3 notes. Rising. I didn't move. The recorder's meter spiked softly. Another whistle followed, this one lower. Slowed down like the earlier recordings. But this time it wasn't distant. It was coming from the other side of the stream. I stepped closer to the bank. "Hello," my voice cracked. "Who's there?" Nothing answered. Only water slipping over stone. Then came footsteps. Careful, measured, crushing wet leaves. I raised the flashlight, sweeping across the opposite bank. The beam caught nothing but branches, gleaming with rain. Yet the sound continued, pacing me, matching each step I took along the water's edge. "Mercer," I called, half believing it. "Is that you?" Silence. Then a single whistle. Mine. Played back at half speed. The sound hit me in the chest. Not loud, but close enough to feel. It was identical to my recording. The reversed rhythm perfect down to the faint breath at the end. I felt cold all over. Not from the weather, but from the recognition of it. That breath wasn't an echo. It had been me, somehow, from the first night. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the recorder was playing back through its own speaker. A glitch, a loop. But when I looked down, the LED still blinked in standby. Not recording, not playing. Just waiting. Then, softly through the static hiss of the stream, a voice rose. Not the stretched distortion from the file. Clearer now, almost conversational. Sophia. My name again. But said with an inflection that didn't belong to me. I turned the flashlight toward the sound. Across the stream stood a figure, half hidden by fog and alder brush. The shape was vague, but the posture was wrong. Like someone mid-step paused between motions. I saw the faint gleam of a metal recorder in its hand. I blinked, and it was gone. The bank empty again, branches trembling as if something had just moved through them. I ran. Not a sprint. Just the controlled panic of someone pretending not to panic. The path back to the car felt longer than it had on the way in. At one bend I looked back and saw nothing but fog sliding down through the pines. Yet even over my own heartbeat, I heard the whistle again, slower now, drawn out like a warning. When I reached the car, the passenger door was open. I didn't remember leaving it that way. The seat was wet, streaked with muddy prints. Barefoot, too small to be mine. My recorder sat on the dashboard, light steady green, as though it had been recording the whole time. I didn't touch it. I just drove. Gravel sprayed from the tires. Branches brushed the mirrors. The whistle followed me all the way to the gate, fading only when the forest thinned behind me. At a gas station outside Ellsworth, I finally stopped. The clerk stared when I walked in. Probably the mud, the look in my eyes. I used the restroom sink to wash my hands, but the smell of iron and wet moss clung to my skin. When I came back out, the recorder was still glowing on the seat. The LED pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. I pressed play. Static first, then water, then my own voice breathing hard. Hadlock Brook, 9:42 a.m. Possible auditory mimicry. A pause. Then another voice overlapped mine, saying the same words a fraction of a second later, slightly deeper, slightly off. The two voices merged, synced, until I couldn't tell which was mine anymore. The recording continued for several minutes. Footsteps rustling. Then the whistle again. But near the end, there was something new to splash, heavy and final, followed by silence and one soft click. That was all. I should have stopped there. Instead, I drove to the ranger office in Bar Harbor. A younger ranger was behind the counter. Her name tag read D. Walsh. I asked for Mercer. She looked puzzled. You mean Ranger Mercer? He passed away 2 winters ago. I felt my mouth go dry. You're sure? Yes, ma'am. Heart attack. We still get calls asking for him sometimes. I thanked her and walked out, not trusting myself to speak further. The sky over the harbor had gone gray again, low clouds dragging toward the sea. The sound of gulls felt like static in the wind. In the parking lot, I noticed the recorder had switched itself off. The light was dead. I decided that was the end. I'd take it back to campus, archive the data, and lock it away. That night in my apartment, I uploaded all remaining files to a secure drive. The last file, the one I'd played at the gas station, was missing. In its place was a new one, created 5 minutes earlier, named a STRAM Fine AL, WAV. Against my better judgment, I opened it. It began with a low hum, like wind caught in a tunnel. Then came the whistle. My pattern, reversed as always. But this time, it didn't echo. It answered. A second whistle followed. Perfect mirror timing, as though someone had been waiting for the cue. Then my voice again, steady and close to the microphone. Hadlock Brook, 9:42 a.m. Possible auditory mimicry. But this time I hadn't spoken it. I hadn't been there. The file ended with a wet breath and a faint rustle, like fabric dragging across stone. I didn't sleep. I sat watching the waveform flicker on repeat, hypnotized by the tiny variations in pitch. Around 3 a.m., the window glass fogged from inside. I could hear wind rising outside, threading through the trees. It shaped itself into a rhythm. 3 notes, slow, familiar. I reached for the recorder without realizing it. My fingers hovered over the record. Button. I wanted to capture it, to prove it was real. But just before I pressed it, I remembered Mercer's words. Don't whistle after dark. The sound outside kept going, quieter now, like it was moving away. The air in the room lightened as it faded. I told myself I wouldn't chase it again. 2 days later, the park office announced they'd recovered the bodies of the missing hikers downstream from Hadlock Brook. The official statement blamed flooding and poor footing. Unofficially, one of the rangers mentioned over the phone that their personal effects were strange. 2 identical digital recorders, sealed in plastic bags. Both contained the same 5 files. Both ended with a voice whispering my name. I resigned from the fieldwork program that week. My colleagues said burnout, and I didn't correct them. The recorder sits in a drawer now, wrapped in cloth, batteries removed. Yet sometimes, when the house is quiet and the wind slides through the eaves, I catch the faintest trace of that pattern again. 3 notes, rising. Once I almost answered. Habit, I guess. The way your body remembers before your mind stops it. Instead, I exhaled and waited for the silence to take shape again. It always does. It always comes back sounding almost like me. My name is Cass Turner, and I've been camping alone in Arizona's backcountry for most of my adult life. I'm 30, for now. A photojournalist by trade, a weekend drifter by preference. I document landscapes for outdoor magazines. Sunrise over Red Rock. The long scars of wildfire, elk crossing thawing creeks. The quiet out here has always steadied me. But in the summer of 2023, during a 3-day solo trip in Coconino National Forest, I found something that shook that steadiness for good. I'd parked my Tacoma at an old service, rode near Munns Park, hiked about 5 miles in with a 70-liter pack, and found a flat patch of ground among ponderosa pines. Mid-June, clear sky, low wind, the kind of stillness where even the flies seem respectful. I pitched my tent beside a dry wash, hung my bear bag high, and settled into that easy rhythm of solitude boil water. Note coordinates, mark light angle. By dusk, I'd already taken a dozen shots of the orange, pink skyline bleeding through the trunks. When the sun finally sank, I stayed up by the small fire, scrolling through photos on my camera. It's a habit of mine to review early, decide what to keep, delete the rest. But what struck me that first night wasn't my own footage, it was the silence between frames. Usually, you hear coyotes, crickets, wind. That night, nothing. Just the soft click of my shutter and, faintly, the ticking of cooling metal from my camp stove. I went to sleep without much thought. The next morning, I found the trail camera. It was around 8:40 a.m., sunlight striping through the pines. I'd wandered off, trail about 20 yards to find. Good angle of the creek bed. What little water still glimmered under the stones. When I brushed aside some grass near a fallen log, something metallic flashed. It was a Bushnell trophy cam, weather scuffed, still strapped to a trunk by a rotting nylon band. The casing was dusty, but the LED indicator blinked faintly green. I knelt down, half amused. Hunters leave cameras like this all the time, hoping to catch deer movement or track elk routes. But what puzzled me was its position. It wasn't aimed at a trail or water source. It faced directly toward the small clearing I'd made my camp in. I lifted it off the tree, checked the latch, and saw the SD card still inside. Out of curiosity, I slipped it into my camera's reader. The screen flickered. There were hundreds of photos, all taken within the past week. Same frame, same angle, my clearing. And in almost every single one, there was my tent. At first I assumed some overlap. Maybe someone had camped here before me, with the same model of tent, an MSR Hubba in that unmistakable red and gray colorway. But the more I swiped, the more details lined up. The folding camp chair on the left, the stainless mug beside it, even the same blue dry bag I'd hung on a branch for food storage. Except these photos were stamped 2 days before I arrived. I scrolled faster, my pulse quickening. Whoever owned this camera had either set it up deliberately to watch the site, or had come back after I pitched camp and taken new pictures. But when I checked the latest image, my breath caught. Timestamp June 14th, 2023, 10:42 a.m., 10 minutes from now. The photo showed the exact clearing as I stood there, same morning light. But in that image, a person was visible halfway behind my tent. My tent, their head tilted, obscured by shadow. I jerked around. Nothing but trees. The tent flap hung open, empty. My fire pit cold. I shut the camera, slipped the SD card into my pocket, and backed toward my camp, scanning the underbrush. No footprints I hadn't made myself. No cigarette butts, no dropped gear. Just that all too wide quiet again. I told myself it had to be a glitch. A corrupted file, wrong time zone, some hunter's prank. But I've handled digital metadata for years, and timestamps aren't random. They pull from the camera's internal clock, which means someone, somewhere, had either synced it to my schedule or was very good at making it look that way. I packed up my cooking gear, debating whether to leave early. I was halfway through coiling my rope when I heard the first click. It came from the trees to my right, faint but distinct, the mechanical snap of a camera shutter. I froze. Another click, closer. "Hello?" I called, hating how brittle my voice sounded. "If someone's hunting, I'm just a camper. No problem here." No response. I grabbed my Nikon, turned on its audio record, and swept the lens through the tree line, panning slowly. Then a branch snapped, heavy enough to be weight. I couldn't see movement, but the sound came roughly where I'd found the trail cam. I forced myself forward a few steps, heart hammering. A squirrel darted out, scattering pine needles. For a moment I laughed, a shaky, hollow sound. Still, the paranoia wouldn't settle. I left the Bushnell camera hanging in plain view. It felt safer that way, like proof of something. If I needed to show authorities later, and decided to hike down to the service road after lunch, maybe cut the trip short. At noon I boiled ramen, checked the SD card again, half expecting the images to vanish. They hadn't. I studied that last photo once, more zooming in on the figure. The pixels were grainy, but I could make out a few details. A navy jacket, darker at the sleeves, cargo pants, boots with a toe scuff. And something on the wrist, maybe a watch, or a black wrist strap. I wear a black wrist strap for my lens cap. The realization left a metallic taste in my mouth. I turned the card over, as if the answer would be there. I knew I needed to report it, but to who? A ranger. Local sheriff. How do you explain finding surveillance? Photos of yourself that shouldn't exist. I imagined the look on the deputy's face when I told him about future timestamps. By early afternoon, thunder grumbled far off over the Mogollon Rim. I started breaking camp before the rain rolled in. The air had that weird pre-storm smell, ozone and dry sap. My hands shook more than I wanted to admit. That's when I noticed the fresh boot print behind my tent. It was deep, heel pressed, fresh enough that the rim hadn't yet filled with dust. Size looked close to mine, maybe half an inch wider. Facing directly toward the spot where I'd stood all morning. I snapped a photo, placed a rock beside it for scale, then followed the faint impressions leading away. They trailed about 30 feet and disappeared into hard soil near the wash. Whoever it was had moved quietly, maybe circling me while I'd been bent over gear. I slung my pack on, kept my Nikon rolling for documentation, and started down the trail. The path curved through a ravine dense with pines. The forest darkened faster than it should have. Every creak made me twitch. About half a mile down, I saw another trail camera. Newer, camouflaged better, strapped to a cedar. This one faced the trail directly. When I checked it, the latch wasn't even locked. Inside, another SD card. I pocketed it without checking the contents. The rest of the hike to the truck felt endless. My mind kept replaying that last image me, the tent, and a stranger behind it. Each time I blinked, I imagined seeing movement in my periphery. A shape ducking behind a tree. A lens glinting through the brush. When I finally reached the service road, my truck sat exactly where I'd left it. No damage. No sign of tampering. But a folded slip of paper was tucked under the driver's side wiper. It wasn't a ticket. It was a photo printout. A glossy 4x6. It showed me, kneeling beside a fallen log, camera in hand, looking directly into the lens. The same moment I discovered the Bushnell camera that morning. No signature. No message. Just a timestamp printed in red. June 14, 2023, 10:42 a.m., 10 minutes after last image on the SD card. I stood there a long time, the wind lifting dust around my boots, trying to make sense of how someone could have developed and placed that print in less than half an hour. Maybe they'd used a portable printer. Maybe they'd been watching from the ridge. Either way, they'd been close. Too close. I threw my pack into the truck bed, locked the doors, and drove until the forest gave way to highway. Even as the pines thinned and cell signal returned, that feeling stayed. That somewhere behind me, a lens was still trained on my back, waiting for the next frame to load. I didn't stop until the forest was a smear in the rearview mirror. The highway unrolled toward Flagstaff, red dirt giving way to asphalt heat shimmer. I kept checking the mirrors every half minute, half expecting to see a pickup tucked 2 car lengths back. Nothing but dust. My hands ached from gripping the wheel. I'd cranked the air conditioner, even though the air was cool. It gave me white noise, something mechanical and predictable. My phone regained signal near Mountain Air. 3 missed notifications, all junk. For a moment, I almost laughed. The world was still going about its business, while I tried to decide if I was in danger or just losing perspective. I pulled into a Chevron off I-17, parked by the air pump, and sat with the engine idling. The photo was still on the passenger seat, glossy and wrong. In daylight, it looked even more precise. The focus sharp enough that you could see the reflection of trees on the lens barrel in my hand. Whoever took it had used professional, grade equipment. I took out both SD cards and turned them over between my fingers. They weighed nothing, but felt heavy with intent. The logical part of me said, to go straight to the sheriff's office in Flagstaff. Another part whispered that I'd sound ridiculous. I found cameras taking pictures of me before I got there, and one photo dated 10 minutes in the future. They'd assume glitch, hoax, or paranoia. I topped off the gas tank, bought a coffee, and told myself I'd review the cards calmly before calling anyone. I'd handled crime, seen photos before as part of freelance assignments, disaster documentation, missing persons coverage. I could be objective. The motel I found just south of town was a boxy, sun-faded place called the Red Pines Lodge, half empty and humming with AC units. I paid cash for a room, carried my gear up, and double-locked the door out of habit. The curtains smelled faintly of bleach. I set my laptop on the desk, inserted the first card, the one from the Bushnell camera. Folders appeared. DCIM der Zewater 1, THUMB, and one labeled AST1SOG. That last one shouldn't exist on a standard wildlife cam. It's a directory used for custom firmware, the kind that lets you transmit data wirelessly. Someone had modified it. I opened the photo folder anyway. The same hundreds of images loaded. My tent, my gear, all captured from slightly different angles, as if someone had adjusted the mount every few hours. Then, buried halfway through, a series of night shots. The exposure was grainy, infrared glow. My body asleep inside the tent, faintly outlined under nylon. A tight pressure built in my chest. I kept scrolling. The timestamps jumped erratically: 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 4700, 1 a.m., then 3059 a.m., like the internal clock had been reset mid-capture. And then came a burst of shots from the morning. one every 10 seconds, aimed directly at the tent flap. At 10:41 a.m., the last frame froze on the silhouette half, hidden behind me. I leaned closer, enlarging the figure. The focus had shifted, grain crawling across pixels, but details emerged. Short hair under a hood, a camera strap across the chest, and on the left forearm, a faint rectangular mark. Sunburn or scar? I couldn't tell. The next image slot was blank, file corrupted. I ejected the card, palms slit, and slid in the second one. The camera I'd found later along the trail. This one had fewer images. Most were empty frames of the trail, some with blurs that could be motion. The last 5 were distinct. The first showed my truck at the trailhead. The next, me walking toward it with my pack. The third, taken from behind. The fourth captured me opening the driver's door. And the fifth was black, except for a faint glow in one corner. When I boosted the brightness, I saw a reflection the shape of a face behind glass, nose and eye pressed close. It was the passenger side window. My skin prickled. Whoever had taken it had been right there, beside the truck. While I loaded my gear, I shut the laptop, pushed the chair back, and stood breathing through my teeth. Through the thin wall I could hear the neighbor's TV. Some game show laughter muffled by stucco. I told myself to focus. Someone had set up surveillance in a public forest. Maybe they were poachers. Maybe they tracked hikers for theft. But why print a photo and leave it for me? That part didn't fit. I picked up my phone and dialed the Coconino County Sheriff's Office. The dispatcher's voice was practiced calm. I explained. Trail camera, suspicious photos, potential stalking. She asked if I felt in immediate danger. I said no, just unsettled. She told me an officer could meet me in the morning if I brought the devices in. Morning, not tonight. I tried to sleep, but the ceiling light felt too bright, and the dark too fragile. Every sound through the wall sharpened. Footsteps on gravel, the compressor kicking in, an engine starting somewhere outside. I turned off the lamp, pulled the curtains tighter, and lay staring at the red glow of the alarm clock until it blurred. At 2:17 a.m., something tapped the window. Not hard, more like a knuckle brushing glass. Once, twice, a pause. Then nothing. I held still. My camera was within reach on the nightstand. I thumbed it on silently, aimed toward the curtains, and snapped a frame without flash. The preview showed only shadow and the faint outline of the blind. I waited 5 full minutes before moving. When I finally parted the curtain an inch, the parking lot was empty, except for my truck under the sodium lamp. A moth circled the light, wings flicking orange. I checked the door, still locked, chain in place. Maybe it had been tree branch, wind, imagination fed by fear. But when I lay down again, I saw movement across the room. A red pinpoint glowed briefly on the curtain, then vanished. Laser pointer. Rangefinder. I sat up, heart banging, and crossed to the window again. This time I yanked it open wide. The night air smelled of rain and asphalt. No one in sight. The lot sloped to the road, dark beyond the lamplight. I couldn't see further than that. I spent against the night sitting against the wall with the lights on, phone in hand. Camera recording a video log. If anything happened, at least there'd be record. Nothing did. By sunrise, exhaustion dulled everything. I packed up, checked out, and drove straight to the sheriff's office. The deputy on duty, Officer Harlan, was mid-40s, polite but skeptical. He logged my statement, copied both SD cards, and promised they'd look into it. Probably just some creep running surveillance for gear theft, he said. Happens more than you'd think. They spot nice equipment, track when campers leave. You did the right thing bringing it in. He didn't comment on the timestamps. I didn't press it. Before I left, he handed me a case number scribbled on a sticky note. I asked if they'd contact me once they checked the cards. He said yes, within a few days. Outside, clouds were building again over the peaks. I drove to a diner off Route 66 and ordered eggs I barely touched. Every reflection, the window, the chrome napkin holder, felt like a possible lens. That afternoon I headed back south toward Phoenix, needing distance. The highway was crowded now, familiar, almost safe. Around Cord's Junction, I stopped at a rest area to stretch. That's where I noticed the scrape marks on my tailgate. 4 straight lines, each about 3 inches long, shallow but fresh, like something had been set down and dragged off. I checked the truck bed. My bare canister, stove, and tarp were all there, but the trail camera itself was gone. I hadn't turned it in, I'd left it in the cab, planning to deliver it later once they'd reviewed the cards. The passenger door was locked. No sign of forced entry. I sat on the curb beside the truck, the desert wind dry in my mouth. If someone had followed me all the way here, they had a spare key, or they'd picked the lock quietly enough that I never heard. Either way, they wanted the device back. By sunset, I was back home in temp, blinds drawn, deadbolt turned twice. I copied my footage to an external drive and hid it under the floorboard panel by my desk. The routine actions helped. Rename folder, verify checksum, eject safely. But when I shut down the computer, the desktop background blinked. Once before the screen went black, it changed to a photo I hadn't selected. A high-resolution image of my own living room, taken from behind me. The angle matched the doorway. For a second, I froze so hard I didn't breathe. The metadata listed the capture device as Trophy Camas 02. Timestamp, 18:06 p.m. The exact minute I'd walked in the door. I unplugged the modem, tore the webcam cover closed, and stared at the walls, trying to remember if I'd noticed any unfamiliar objects, vents, or power lights. My apartment is small, studio layout, 1 window, 1 door. The only place something could hide a camera was the smoke detector or air vent. I dragged a chair over, unscrewed the detector. Empty. The vent, same. That left one possibility. The person who'd taken the camera already had remote access to it. Maybe GPS tagged it. Maybe it still transmitted through a hidden hotspot. I wrapped the laptop in a towel and shoved it into a drawer. Like that would make me less visible. The silence afterward was unbearable. City hum muted, fridge cycle ending. I thought about calling Officer Harlan again. But what would I say? Now it's in my apartment. I didn't. I just sat on the floor until it got dark again. every reflection in the room feeling slightly delayed, as if something were still catching up to me. I didn't sleep that night. The city noise outside felt alien after the florist. Too close, too full of faces I couldn't see. Around 3 a.m., I gave up pretending. I sat at my desk with a notepad, listing what I actually knew. 1. Someone set up cameras in Coconino National Forest, aimed specifically at a clearing I used. 2. They had photos of me before I arrived. 3. They followed me out. 4. They got inside my truck, maybe my home. 5. The time-stamped images weren't random. They were deliberate. What I didn't know was why. Around dawn, I made coffee, stared at the steam curling up. Fear dulls into logistics after a while. I backed up everything from the SD cards onto a spare drive, then started searching online for any local cases. Hikers harassed. Stolen footage, stalking reports. The closest match was a post on an Arizona hiking forum from 2 years ago. Anyone else find cameras out by Munns Park? The thread had been locked after 3 replies. The original poster mentioned discovering a camouflaged camera with night vision aimed at my tent. No follow-up, no details. I tried messaging the account. The username had been deleted. By 8, I'd convinced myself to call Officer Harlan again. His tone was polite but distant. "We've still got the cards under review," he said. "Digital forensics backlog. You know how it is." I asked if he could check whether anyone else had reported hidden cameras near Munns Park. He paused. "Not officially. Look, Miss Turner, if you're getting weird files on your home computer, maybe it's malware. You do a lot of photography online, right? Could be remote access, not the same guy from the woods." It wasn't comforting, but it was something. Malware made more sense than omniscient eyes. Still, my gut said otherwise. That afternoon, I took my truck to a locksmith to rekey everything. The technician, a lean guy named Kyle, ran his fingers along the driver's door and frowned. "You sure this lock's original?" he asked. "It's been swapped. Aftermarket cylinder. Not factory issue." "How can you tell?" "The cut's different. Whoever did it, they knew what they were doing." I thanked him, paid cash, and drove home with a pit in my stomach. If someone had replaced my lock, it meant they'd had access long before that day in the woods. Inside, I turned my living room upside down, checked under furniture, light fixtures, outlet covers. I found nothing until I reached the bookshelf by the window. Behind a stack of old photography magazines sat a small black cube, no larger than a thumb joint, with a blinking green LED. Trail camera transmitter. My throat closed. I yanked the power cord from the wall and dropped the device into an empty coffee tin. A faint static hissed through its speaker for half a second before dying. The rational side of me screamed to take it straight to the police. But another part wanted proof first. Something undeniable they couldn't brush off as malware. I drove to an electronics repair shop near campus, where I sometimes got my gear cleaned. The owner, Marisol, knew me from assignments. She raised her eyebrows when I slid the tin across the counter. "That's not one of yours." "Not unless I started filming myself in my sleep." She popped the lid, examined the cube. It's got a CM slot, LTE uplink. Someone could live stream from this if they had the credentials. She plugged it into her workstation. Encrypted, but not sophisticated. Amateur spy cam disguised as a power adapter. These things record locally too. She paused, squinting at the file list. Cass, there's footage on here. I leaned in. The thumbnails showed my apartment. Different angles, different days. Me working at the desk, making coffee, sleeping. How long? I asked. About 3 weeks. I pressed a hand to my forehead, dizzy. That meant whoever set the camera had been inside before my camping trip. Maybe longer. Marisol copied the files to a thumb drive and gave it to me. You should take this straight to the police, she said quietly. And Cass, change your locks again. The main door too. I nodded but didn't move for a long moment. Watching those thumbnails on her screen, I realized something else. The camera's angle changed between nights. Sometimes higher, sometimes lower. Someone had repositioned it multiple times. That night, back home, I set up my Nikon on video mode facing the door, recording continuously. I couldn't trust sleep, so I worked instead, drafting an article titled Found Footage: The Ethics of Surveillance in Public Lands. Pretending it was research helped me stay rational. Sometime after midnight, fatigue blurred everything. I must have dozed off in the chair because when I woke, sunlight slanted through the blinds and the Nikon's battery light blinked red. I checked the footage. At 3:12 a.m., the door handle twitched. The lock turned once, stopped. A pause. Then another slow turn, like someone testing it. The deadbolt held. After 10 seconds, silence. My hands trembled as I rewound and watched again. No face. No entry. Just that deliberate pressure against the handle. The quiet patience of someone who expected it to open. I drove to the sheriff's office again at noon. Different deputy this time. A woman named Ningayan, brisk, professional. I handed her the thumb drive and explained everything. The transmitter, the footage, the attempted entry. She listened, nodding, typing notes. When I finished, she said, "We've actually had a few complaints like this in the past year. Unregistered surveillance devices showing up in rural areas. Most trace back to one person." She flipped through a folder. Name's Evan Ridley, former wildlife tech. Fired for harassment and unauthorized tracking. She showed me a photo. Mid-30s, short hair, sunburned forearms. The same shape I'd seen half, hidden behind my tent. Ningayan exhaled. "We've been trying to locate him. He drifts between Flagstaff and Prescott, sells gear online. Likes to document solitude, his words. If you've got evidence tying him to your property, that's useful." Finally, something concrete. She asked if she could keep the devices for analysis. I agreed but kept a backup of everything. That night, I checked into a different motel under another name. I told myself it was temporary, just until they picked him up. But dread doesn't care about logistics. It settles into muscle memory. Every noise felt aimed. 2 days passed. No update. On the third morning, I woke to an email from an unknown address subject line. "Your last frame." Inside was a single attachment, A photo of me sitting in that motel bed, laptop open. Same moment I was living. The timestamp was 6 minutes ahead. No text, no sender trace I could find. I didn't run this time. I packed, left, and drove south again. Past Phoenix, past Tucson, until the desert opened into nothing but mesquite and sky. I rented a tiny cabin outside Sonoyta, prepaid in cash, no internet. I thought I'd feel safe surrounded by silence again. On the second evening, I built a small fire out back. Old habit. The smoke rose clean into the twilight. The quiet here was the same kind that used to calm me. Dry wind, faint hum of insects. For a while, it worked. Then a glint caught my eye through the brush. 20 yards out, half buried in gravel, was a lens. Small, circular, glimmering gold in the firelight. I walked over, heart pounding. It was part of a camera trap, identical to the Bushnell I'd found in Coconino. Newer though. Clean. Powered on. The SD slot was empty. I sat down hard, the fire crackling behind me. Maybe it had been there before I arrived. Maybe not. But standing up to leave felt pointless. Whoever had followed me this far didn't need proximity anymore. I turned the device in my hands. On its casing, someone had scratched a single line with a knife. Keep framing it. I stayed by the fire until dawn, every sound warped by the dark. At sunrise, I walked the perimeter of the cabin, checking for more devices. I found none, but the dirt driveway held a single boot print. Fresh, heel deep, size almost identical to mine. By noon, I packed again. I didn't go to another motel. I headed toward the border, driving until the road lost pavement. Somewhere near Patagonia, I pulled over and smashed the camera against a rock until the casing split. Inside, the battery light still blinked faintly. When I finally stopped, I buried what was left under a flat stone. No ceremony, just weight covering glass. It's been 6 weeks since then. No new emails, no prints, no strange knocks. Sometimes I convince myself it's over. Then I'll catch a reflection, car window, storefront glass, and feel that instinct again, the delay between movement and recognition. I still photograph for work, but I don't camp anymore. Haven't since that trip. I used to think the wilderness was the last honest place left. No eyes, no noise, no judgment. I was wrong. It's full of eyes. Always was. And if someone really wants to watch you, they don't need to follow you into the woods. They just have to wait until you look back. My name is Will Riker, and I don't scare easily. I'm 34 years old, born and raised in Las Cruces, and I've been camping alone for most of my adult life. The backcountry is the only place where my thoughts get quiet enough to make sense. I've spent weekends chasing elk trails through the Gila, following dry creek beds, and sleeping under the kind of sky that makes you feel like you've walked back in time. That said, what happened last spring during a 3-day solo trip in the Gila National Forest changed the way I look at isolation forever. I left town early on a Friday morning, aiming for a ridge I'd marked the previous season, while backpacking with a friend. It was a good hour's hike from the nearest Forest Service road, far enough to feel alone, but not reckless. My plan was simple. One night on the ridge, one night by the creek below, and the third day to hike back out. The weather forecast promised mild temperatures and clear skies. The kind of trip where nothing should go wrong. I parked my car, an old silver Tacoma, at the turnout near Turkey Creek trailhead, signed the logbook, shouldered my pack, and started up the trail. I can still remember the way the air smelled, resin from pie-on damp soil. That faint mineral tang that drifts up from canyon rock after the snow melt. By late afternoon, I'd climbed high enough to look down on a patchwork of pine and juniper spreading out for miles. The forest was still pale from winter, the needles duller than usual, the grass brittle. I found a small clearing off the trail, just big enough for a tent and a fire ring someone had built years before. I set up camp, cooked a freeze-dried meal, and watched the sunset bleed orange across the horizon. That first night was uneventful. Crickets, the occasional breeze. Nothing but the expected quiet of the woods. I fell asleep sometime around 10, my headlamp still clipped to the tent ceiling, the zipper drawn up tight. Then, around midnight, I woke up to a faint red glow through the fabric of my tent. At first, I thought it was my watch. I keep an old Casio with a red LED backlight, but it was lying face down in my pack. The glow pulsed faintly, a slow, steady rhythm. When I unzipped the flap and looked outside, the night was clear and cold, and there it was, a small red light across the valley, about half a mile away, hovering low between the tree line and the slope of the opposite ridge. It blinked 3 times, paused, then blinked again. I remember frowning, trying to think of what could cause it. Maybe a hunter's headlamp set to red to preserve night vision. Maybe a ranger's vehicle parked off trail. But there were no roads out there, just dense forest and ravine. I watched it for a good minute. It didn't move. When I finally looked away, I realized I'd been holding my breath. I told myself it was nothing unusual. There's always someone else out here. A hiker, a researcher, maybe a night fisherman near the creek. Still, it felt wrong. The light was too precise, too deliberate. I went back inside and zipped the tent shut. The next morning, I woke to clear daylight and a calm wind. I packed up, laughed at myself for letting a blinking light get under my skin, and decided to move down toward the creek like I'd planned. The trail was faint, but I'd marked it on my GPS the night before. The walk was peaceful, quiet except for the occasional magpie call echoing from somewhere above. I made camp beside a shallow bend in the creek, where the water carved through smooth rock. Around sunset, I boiled coffee, ate, and sat by the fire with my journal open, trying to put words to how still everything felt. Then, as the last light faded from the sky, I noticed it again. That same red glow, pulsing through the trees, this time closer, maybe only a quarter mile upstream. It flashed twice, paused, then once more. The hair on my arms lifted. It couldn't have been the same light. Not if I'd hiked several miles from last night's ridge, unless the person, or whatever it was, had been moving too. I whistled once, loud enough to carry. No response. I shouted, "Hello. You all right out there?" Silence. The forest swallowed the sound. I stood for a while, hand on my flashlight, torn between curiosity and that old animal instinct that says don't move. I finally decided to ignore it, douse the fire, and crawled into the tent. I told myself I'd pack up and head out early if it kept bothering me. But sometime around 2 in the morning, I woke again. Not from the light, but from a sound. It was faint, mechanical, like a chirp followed by a pause, then another. Beep, 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 echoing softly through the trees. I sat up, my heart pounding, and unzipped the tent flap. The forest was pitch dark, but that red pulse was there again. Low to the ground this time, maybe only 100 yards away, winking through the brush, like the heartbeat of something waiting. That's when I realized it wasn't random. It was the same timing as the alarm beacon on my truck. 3 flashes, pause. 3 flashes, pause. I know that pattern because I'd replaced the key fob battery myself a few months before, and I'd sat in my driveway testing it over and over. My truck's aftermarket alarm, a cheap security ad, one I bought from a mechanic in Silver City, had that exact rhythm. The thought hit me like cold water. My truck was parked 5 miles away at the trailhead. There was no way that light should be here. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the trees, but the light was too far. It blinked once more, then stopped completely, as if it knew I was looking. I barely slept after that. Every sound, snapping twig, gust of wind, sent my pulse up. I counted the hours until dawn. When morning came, I didn't pack right away. I just sat there by the creek, trying to reason through it. Maybe there was another camper nearby with the same model of alarm system. Maybe someone else's vehicle used that pattern. It had to be coincidence. But the timing of it, the distance, it made no sense. I hiked upstream mid-morning to check for footprints or campsites. The ground near the creek was soft from meltwater, easy to read, but there were no signs of anyone. No boot tracks, no tire marks, no ashes from a fire. Just my own prints and the shallow impressions where my tent had been. By noon, I'd convinced myself to stay the last night. I was here to unwind, and I refused to let paranoia ruin that. I picked a new spot farther up the hill, a little clearing beneath a stand of ponderosa pines. I spent the afternoon gathering firewood and sketching the ridge lines in my journal. Everything felt normal again, until night fell. It started the same way, faint at first, barely visible through the trunks, then stronger. The red light was back. This time, it wasn't across the valley or along the creek. It was uphill, maybe 50 yards away, just past a deadfall pine. Blinking steady, I froze. The woods around me were silent. No crickets, no wind. I could hear my own breathing loud in my ears. I clicked my flashlight on and aimed it at the spot. The beam hit tree bark, rock, nothing else. But when I turned it off, the red glow was still there, faint and unwavering. I don't know what pushed me to move, but I stepped forward, slow, 1 foot crunching pine needles at a time. Every few steps, the light seemed to pull back, staying just out of reach. It felt like walking toward a mirage. When I reached the deadfall, the glow blinked twice, then cut out entirely. Darkness swallowed the hill. I stood there for what felt like an hour, waiting for it to return. It didn't. When I finally turned back toward camp, the red light blinked behind me. Just once. A single flash, like a camera shutter, and gone. I sprinted back to my tent, heart pounding, fumbling with the zipper, every nerve screaming that I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night. At first light, I tore the camp down, packed everything, and started for the trailhead. I wanted out. The forest was utterly still, but halfway down the ridge I saw something, glinting on the ground near a cluster of rocks. A tiny piece of black plastic. I picked it up and froze. It was a car key fob. Same model as mine, same worn edges, same faded brand logo, but it wasn't mine. Mine was clipped inside the tent pocket, still zipped up tight when I checked it later. I stared at the fob in my hand, thumb brushing the cracked button cover. out of instinct, or maybe stupidity. I pressed it once. Across the trees, from somewhere up the slope I'd just left, came a faint, unmistakable beep, beep, followed by that same pulsing red light. It flickered through the trees, steady, rhythmic, and close. I dropped the fob and started to run. I don't remember how far I ran, only that the forest blurred into streaks of green and gray. My pack dug into my shoulders, branches clawed at my sleeves, and every few steps I glanced back expecting that red pulse to cut through the trees again. It didn't. Or maybe it did, and I just couldn't tell anymore. The sun was still low, cold light spilling through the pines. My lungs burned, and for a second, I had to stop to catch my breath. The silence that followed was worse than the running. No birds, no water, nothing. I told myself I was almost out. The trailhead wasn't far, maybe 2 miles if I cut east through the drainage gully. I pushed on, legs trembling. Heart hammering so loud it drowned the sound of my boots. By late morning, I found the faint dirt track that wound down toward Turkey Creek. Relief hit so hard it made me dizzy. I followed it, keeping my eyes on the slope below where the canyon widened. The smell of wet stone and pine sap filled the air, grounding me just enough to think again. But as I rounded a bend, I froze. Someone had been there. Across the path, pressed deep into the dust, were tire tracks. Fresh ones. They weren't from any off-road service vehicle I knew. Too narrow for a Ranger truck, too clean for an ATV. The ground had been dry overnight, yet the tracks looked crisp, recent, maybe hours old. I knelt to look closer. The tread pattern was familiar, almost identical to the tires on my Tacoma. That stopped me cold. My truck was parked 5 miles away on the other side of the ridge. Nobody else should have a reason to drive that far into the forest. I followed the prints for maybe 100 yards before they curved off the trail, cutting through a patch of grass and disappearing between trees. The soil there was churned up, as if something heavy had idled in one place for a while. I don't know what I expected to see. A vehicle, a campsite, a ranger post. But there was nothing. Just a half-buried beer can, sun-faded and old, and the faint smell of gasoline on the wind. I turned back toward the trail and forced myself to keep walking. By noon, I reached the lower valley, where the terrain opened enough to see sky again. My legs were shaking from adrenaline and exhaustion. The trees thinned, and for the first time all day, I caught a glimpse of the trailhead parking area in the distance. 2 vehicles sat there, a white Forest Service truck and my Tacoma. For a moment, everything inside me loosened, until I realized something was off. My truck was parked in the wrong spot. When I'd left it 2 days ago, I'd backed it neatly beside the old log fence, nose facing the trail. Now it sat angled across the lot, a few feet closer to the woods. The dust prints around the tires looked disturbed, as if the vehicle had been moved and reparked. I slowed down, scanning the area. No sign of anyone near the truck. No sound except the dry rustle of wind through juniper. The white Ranger vehicle was empty too. Driver's door closed, windows up. Every instinct in me screamed not to go closer, but leaving without checking wasn't an option. I stepped into the lot, each crunch of gravel going like thunder. From a few feet away, I could see it, the faint red Lely light on the dashboard. It pulsed in the exact rhythm I'd seen the night before. 3 slow flashes, pause. 3 flashes, pause. The light wasn't supposed to be on unless the alarm was armed, and I disabled it when I locked the doors before hiking out. I walked around the truck slowly, half expecting to find someone crouched behind it. But there was nothing. The driver's door was unlocked. I hesitated, then pulled it open. The inside smelled wrong. Not dirty, just unfamiliar, like sun, baked plastic, and something faintly sweet, like old perfume. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it. Pack of trail maps on the dash, empty coffee thermos in the cup holder. Except the driver's seat was pushed all the way back. I'm not tall, but whoever had sat there would have had to stretch to reach the pedals. I checked the glove box. The contents were untouched: registration, first aid kit, flashlight. My key fob, the real one, was clipped to my pack where it had always been. When I pressed the lock button, the red light on the dash stopped blinking. It felt like proof that I wasn't losing my mind. The truck responded to me, the real signal. But the sense of relief didn't last, because when looked at the dirt by the driver's side door, I saw footprints. 2 sets. The first matched my own boots. The second were longer, maybe a man's size 12, and pressed deeper into the soil, like whoever stood there had waited a while. I stepped back, scanning the tree line. The woods stood motionless, but that sense of being watched crawled up my neck like static. I climbed into the truck, started the engine, and turned on the radio, just to hear something human again. Static filled the speakers. No station came through. I tried calling out on my handheld, thinking maybe the ranger vehicle nearby meant someone was around. No response. I decided to drive straight back to Silver City. As the tires hit the gravel road, the forest seemed to fold in on itself, mile after mile of shadow between the trees. Every few turns, I caught flashes of red in the rearview mirror, but they vanished as soon as I looked directly. About 10 miles out, I stopped at a ranger substation off Highway 35. The place looked deserted. Gate open, one truck parked under a tin awning. I honked once. Nothing. Inside the office, a map of the Gila hung on the wall, marked with colored pins. The air was stale, the coffee pot cold. After a minute, a man appeared from a side room. Early 40s, Forest Service badge, clipboard in hand. His name tag read S. Torres. "Afternoon," he said, rubbing his eyes. "You lost, friend?" I told him I wasn't lost, just unsettled. Explained about the red light, the car alarm, the footprints, how my truck had been moved. Torres listened without interrupting, leaning against the counter. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "Lot of weird things up in those ridges," he said. "We've had reports before. Lights, noises. Folks thinking someone's messing with their vehicles. Never found anyone." "That's not possible," I said. "Somebody had to move my truck." He glanced out the window, then back at me. "You leave your keys in it?" "No. The alarm was armed." He scratched his chin. "Maybe another hiker with the same make of truck. Could have had a sensed fob frequency. Happens sometimes with older aftermarket systems." It was an explanation. Too neat, too quick. I wanted to believe him. But his tone had that careful edge people use when they think you're rattled, and they don't want to spook you further. Torres asked if I wanted to file a report. I said yes. He handed me a clipboard, but halfway through describing the fob I'd found, he stopped me. "You said you picked it up?" "Yeah. Still have it." I nodded and pulled it from my pocket. He took one look and frowned. "That's not the brand most folks use out here. These were discontinued years ago. The signal type doesn't match modern alarms." I felt a chill crawl up my spine. He placed it on the counter and turned it over in his hand. See that serial code? That company went under in 2014. You buy your truck new, used, I said. 3 years ago. He set the fob down carefully. Could have been the previous owners. Maybe a spare got lost out there. But then why would the light show up where I camped? Torres didn't answer. He just sighed, picked up the radio mic from the desk, and called someone. Static, a brief reply, then silence. Finally, he said, "I'll have someone check the ridge where you camped. You should probably get some rest. We'll call if we find anything." I thanked him, left my contact info, and stepped outside. The sky had turned hazy, that washed out blue before evening. My truck sat where I'd parked it, engine still ticking from the drive. I climbed in, shut the door, and just sat there for a long minute. Then I saw it again, in the side mirror, a faint red pulse against the trees behind the ranger station. 3 flashes. Pause. I turned in my seat. Nothing. When I looked back at the mirror, the light was gone. I drove off fast, gravel spraying behind me. The road wound through the hills for nearly an hour. Before I reached cell signal, my phone lit up with the time, 6:42 p.m., and one new notification. Alarm triggered, vehicle entry detected. The timestamp was from 30 minutes ago, while I'd been sitting inside the ranger station. My stomach dropped. I checked the app, but the location data was blank. No GPS reading. I should have gone straight home, but something pulled me back toward the turnoff. A kind of stubborn need to see, to confirm I hadn't imagined it. So I turned around. Dusk settled as I climbed back toward the forest. Shadows pooled thick in the gullies, and every turn felt tighter than before. When I reached the ranger substation again, the lot was empty. No lights inside, no trucks. But near the back fence, half hidden by grass, I spotted a glint of red. It was the same fob I'd handed Torres, sitting upright on the ground, flashing steadily. I didn't pick it up this time, because from somewhere deep in the forest beyond the fence, a second red light blinked in perfect rhythm, and between each flash, I could hear the faint, chirping echo of a car alarm. Mine. I should have driven away. Any rational person would have. Instead, I killed the engine and sat there in the cooling dark, watching the twin red lights blink in perfect unison, one by the fence, one deeper in the trees. They pulsed like slow heartbeats, steady, patient. The air was still. Even the insects had gone quiet. I told myself I'd just look. Just confirm what I already knew. That some dripster or drifter had gotten hold of my old alarm module. Then I could leave this place behind. I left the headlights off and took my flashlight, keeping the beam low. The gravel crunched under my boots, loud in the silence. When I reached the fence, the fob still lay there, half buried in the dirt, light winking up like an eye. The second glow deeper in the woods blinked again, slower now, drawing me toward it. The ground was uneven, littered with pine needles and old cans. The smell of fuel hung faintly in the air. My breath sounded too loud, too close. Every step forward made that red pulse seem smaller and farther away, like it was retreating into the dark. About 50 yards in, the trees opened slightly. I stopped dead. There was a truck sitting among the pines. Silver. Same make, same model as mine. Its doors were shut, its windows dark, and on the dashboard, a red Audi blinked steadily. I just stood there, staring. My mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe Torres's crew had moved my truck here for inspection. Maybe this was someone else's with the same alarm. but deep down, I already knew the pattern of that light. It was mine. I raised the flashlight and caught my reflection in the driver's side window. For a split second, I thought I saw another shape behind the glass, a darker outline leaning across the seat. When I blinked, it was gone. I called out, voice trembling, "Who's in there?" No response. I took a step closer and the light on the dash flickered twice, like it had heard me. Then the headlights flashed on, once blindingly bright, before the entire truck went dark again. I stumbled back, nearly tripping on a root. My hand brushed against something lying in the dirt. I angled the flashlight down and froze. A license plate. Bent, half covered in mud. It was mine. Same number, same scratches. That was when I ran. Branches whipped at my face, the beam of my flashlight swinging wildly. I didn't stop until I hit the edge of the gravel lot, lungs burning, legs shaking. My truck, the one I'd driven there, still sat under the awning. I checked the plate, the dents, the little crack in the tail light. Everything matched, which meant there were two of them now. I scrambled into the cab and locked the doors, fumbling to start the engine. The dashboard glowed to life, and for an awful second, I saw the red alarm light blinking again. But now it was inside. On the passenger seat, the other fob sat blinking in rhythm with mine. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw. I threw the door open, grabbed the fob, and hurled it out into the dark. It vanished somewhere in the brush. Then I drove. Fast. Gravel spraying, tires skidding on every turn. My high beams cut tunnels through the forest, the trees flickering past like a strobe. I didn't look back. For a while, it felt like I was escaping. The road dropped lower, the air thinned, and finally I saw the glow of the highway ahead. Civilization. Signal towers. People. I slowed only when I hit pavement. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely keep the wheel straight. I kept glancing at the dash, waiting for that red pulse to start again. It didn't. Not until I reached the outskirts of Silver City. I stopped for gas just after dark. The fluorescent lights above the pumps hummed faintly, a sound so ordinary it almost made me laugh. I left the truck running and went inside to grab water. When I came back out, I froze. The alarm was flashing. 3 times, pause. 3 times, pause. The sound was muffled, almost polite, but unmistakable. I reached the door, tried to unlock it. Nothing. The fob didn't respond. I pulled the handle, pounded on the glass. The horn blared once, loud enough to turn heads from across the lot. Then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The doors unlocked themselves. Inside, the cab was dark, except for a faint red glow pulsing on the dashboard. I climbed in slowly, scanning every corner. Empty. The radio turned on by itself, soft static rising from the speakers. Then a voice, faint, broken by static, said my name. Will. I shut the radio off so fast my knuckles hit the knob. The sound cut, but my pulse didn't. I sat there, gripping the wheel, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself the simplest thing possible: get home. Lock the door. Sleep. The rest of the drive passed in a blur. No lights behind me, no more sounds. Just the long, quiet highway, stretching back toward Las Cruces. I reached my driveway around midnight. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it. Porch light on, curtains drawn. For the first time in days, I felt safe enough to exhale. Then I saw the second Tacoma parked across the street. Same color, same cracked tail light, same front bumper sticker, a faded outline of the Gila Wilderness map. It sat there idling, engine low, no one in the driver's seat. The red alarm light blinked from its dashboard. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. After a minute, the engine cut off. The light blinked once more, then faded out completely. I ran inside, locked every door, and pulled the blinds. Sleep didn't come. I sat at the kitchen table until dawn, phone on the counter, half expecting another alarm notification. It never came. By morning, the other truck was gone. I told myself it was over. For a week, nothing happened. I went back to work, ignored the forest, ignored the news, avoided talking about it. Then, one night, my phone buzzed at 2:11 a.m. Notification. Alarm triggered, vehicle entry detected. Location: Gila National Forest. The coordinates were the same ridge where I'd camped that first night. I stared at the screen until it went dark. The next day, I drove to the dealership, asked them to check the VN number, just to be sure everything was in order. The clerk pulled it up, frowning at his monitor. "This can't be right," he said. "Your vehicle's history shows it was totaled in 2016. Off a service road near Gila." I told him that was impossible. I'd bought the truck in 2022, clean title, no accidents. He turned the screen so I could see. There it was, my plate number, my VN, and a scanned insurance note, recovered from site. No occupant found. I left without saying another word. That night, I parked the Tacoma 2 blocks away from my apartment and walked home. I couldn't stand the sight of it. The reflection of the red LED in the glass looked like an eye watching the street. It should have ended there. But 2 days later, I came home from work and found muddy boot prints leading up my front steps. Not mine. Larger. Deeper. And lying on my doormat was a single black key fob, its red light pulsing faintly in the fading daylight. 3 flashes. Pause. 3 flashes. Pause. I picked it up with a towel, dropped it straight into the sink, and ran the water until it filled. The light dimmed, flickered, and finally went out. That night I didn't sleep at all. At dawn, I walked back to where I'd parked the Tacoma. The spot was empty. No skid marks, no glass, no sign of a tow. It was just gone. I filed a police report. They said they'd look into it. But vehicles go missing every day. I didn't tell them about the other one, or the fob, or the light. What could I say? That I'd seen my own truck parked miles from itself. Weeks passed. Nothing. No calls, no sightings. Then, 2 nights ago, my phone buzzed again. Alarm triggered, vehicle entry detected. The location: Gila National Forest. This time, the notification included a photo attachment from the alarm system's dash cam. I almost didn't open it, but I did. The image was grainy, the kind of picture a motion sensor catches in near darkness. It showed the inside of my truck. The same cracked dash, the same coffee thermos in the holder. The timestamp was from 1 hour earlier, and sitting in the driver's seat was me. Same jacket, same backpack, same expression I wore the night I'd fled the forest. Only my eyes in the photo were turned directly toward the camera, the red light from the dash glowing in both pupils. I dropped the phone. It hit the floor, screen still lit. The image stayed frozen there, the timestamp blinking at the bottom. I tried to tell myself it was a glitch, an old recording, some kind of data error, but deep down I knew better. The system only triggers on live motion. That was last night. Now, as I write this, the red light outside my window is flashing again. Same rhythm, same pattern. It's parked across the street where the other Tacoma was before. Only this time the engine isn't running. It just sits there, pulsing softly through the blinds. I haven't looked yet. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll see my own face behind the wheel, smiling the way I did when I first turned that alarm on, back when it belonged to me. And if I see that, I know I won't be able to tell which of us is supposed to leave this time. My name is Dana Holt. I'm 34 years old, and for most of my life, I've trusted solitude more than company. It isn't that I dislike people. I just find silence easier to understand. That's part of why I began solo camping in the first place, to listen to something quieter than my own thoughts. In early September last year, I drove north into the White Mountain National Forest, planning 3 nights near a small lake I'd read about in an old hiking forum, Loon Mirror Lake. It wasn't on most modern maps, just a shallow basin tucked behind a narrow access road off Route 118, a few miles west of Warren. The name caught me. Mirror Lake. Something about the symmetry of it. The idea of a place so still it could hold your reflection perfectly felt like the sort of silence I'd been craving. I told no one I was going. That wasn't unusual for me. I'd left a note for my sister, Erin, saying I'd be gone a long weekend, but I didn't specify where. I packed conservatively: a lightweight tent, my Nikon camera, a solar lantern, dehydrated meals, a portable stove, and a single change of clothes. I also carried my phone, but I knew from my research that coverage up there was non-existent. I planned to disconnect completely. I reached the trailhead just after 3 p.m. The air smelled like pine resin and granite dust, dry and sharp. There were no other cars at the pull-off. A good sign. The trail to Loon Mirror was unmarked, only a narrow deer path winding downhill. After about 40 minutes, the trees opened, and the lake appeared. A still gray coin surrounded by spruce and birch, perfectly circular. No inlet or outlet that I could see. It was breathtaking, not for its grandeur, but for its quiet geometry. Even the ripples seemed reluctant to move. I walked around the bank until I found a small patch of level ground. From there, the reflection of the trees framed an empty patch of sky like a polished lens. I set up my tent, anchored it with stones, and built a small fire ring with what daylight remained. As evening dropped, the lake went dark in unison with the sky. It felt like watching a twin fall asleep. I cooked instant noodles, drank a thermos of tea, and recorded a few notes in my travel journal, mostly details about the hike and temperature. Before turning in, I took out my phone, switched it to airplane mode, and snapped a quick selfie by the water. I wanted one image to mark my arrival. Just me, the lake, and the reflection of the sky behind me. When I reviewed the photo, something caught my attention. It wasn't immediate, just a flicker in the reflection behind me. At first, I thought it was an artifact from low light, maybe a distortion caused by motion. But zooming in, I noticed the faint outline of a figure standing right where I was, except slightly to the right, just beyond my shoulder. It was hard to make out details in the dim light, but I could see a face. Smiling, I stared at it for a long time, then at the trees behind me, half expecting to see someone standing there. The camp was empty. Only my own footprints circled the fire ring. I told myself it was a reflection glitch. Something about the way the water bent light, or maybe an accidental double exposure call by the phone's mode. I'm not easily spooked. I'd worked as a freelance photographer for years and had seen optical oddities before. Reflections that stretched, mirrored images folding back, the kind of distortions the mind fills in when symmetry breaks slightly. Still, I deleted the image. Or tried to. The screen lagged for a second, then froze, the photo half, erased but lingering in the preview bar. I turned the phone off, chalking it up to poor battery and cold. That night, I woke to the sound of footsteps. They were faint, crisp, not scurrying animals, but paced, deliberate human steps moving along the shoreline. I unzipped the tent flap and scanned the dark. My lantern was still glowing faintly, casting a circle of pale light across the pebbles. No movement. The forest was too still, the kind of silence that feels staged. I sat there, listening, holding my breath. The steps stopped. Then came the soft sound of water shifting, like someone wading ankle deep. I called out. Hello. Nothing. I waited another minute, then crawled back inside and lay awake until dawn, telling myself it could have been a deer or a falling branch. My pulse didn't quite buy that answer, but logic has its own gravity, and mine was stubborn. By morning, the unease felt silly. The lake was serene again, so still that my reflection looked painted on glass. I boiled coffee, ate oatmeal, and spent the next hour taking landscape photos with my Nikon. Mist curling from the surface. Birch trunks mirrored so perfectly that up and down blurred into one. It was beautiful. When I checked the digital display later, one of the shots, the first frame of the series, made my chest tighten. There, in the reflection near my tripod's shadow, stood the same faint outline. Not clear, not enough to swear by, but the posture, the tilt of the head, identical to the one from my deleted selfie. I stopped shooting. Instead, I walked the perimeter of the lake. It wasn't large, maybe half a mile around, and I saw no sign of anyone. No boot prints besides mine, no tire tracks, no litter. Just forest. The trees leaned over the lake like they were listening. That afternoon, I took my camp chair to the shore and sat reading. Every so often, I'd glance at the reflection. Nothing moved. The only ripple came when a dragonfly skimmed the surface. Around 5 p.m., I took another photo, deliberately turning my back to the water and holding the camera out. I didn't look at it right away. I wanted to test my nerves, see whether the fear was in me or in the lens. When I did check, the result was almost mundane. The reflection showed only trees and sky, my figure centered neatly. No one else. Relief came sharp and sudden, followed by embarrassment at my own paranoia. I laughed aloud. See, Dana? Alone as ever, it felt better to speak, even to myself. That night, as the wind came down from the ridge, I built another fire and wrote in my journal. The sound of burning pine needles was steady, rhythmic. The lake was black glass again, and my reflection in it was a hollow silhouette ringed by firelight. But the more I watched, the less the reflection seemed to match. It's subtle, hard to explain without sounding dramatic. I'd tilt my head left, and the reflection followed, but just a breath too slow. I blinked. The reflection blinked a heartbeat late. I rubbed my eyes, thinking the firelight was playing tricks. Exhaustion does that, makes small lags feel enormous. I closed my journal, dozed the fire, and zipped into my tent. Sleep came in fits. Once I dreamed that someone stood outside, whispering softly in my tone of voice. When I woke, the night was utterly quiet, but my throat hurt, as if I'd been speaking aloud for hours. At dawn, the temperature dropped sharply. A light fog hung over the water. I made coffee and decided to hike to a nearby ridge to get phone signal. Just enough to check the weather. I left most of my gear in camp, only carrying the essentials and my camera. The climb was steep but short. About halfway up, I turned and saw the lake from above, a perfect circle of silver. For a moment, I thought I saw a person standing at my campsite. Small, dark, unmoving. I blinked and the shape dissolved into the shadow of a tree. At the ridge, I caught a weak bar of reception. My phone, which I hadn't used since arriving, buzzed to life with cued notifications. A few low, battery warnings. A text from Aaron asking if I'd made it north safely, and this froze me. A message timestamped just an hour ago. It read, "Nice photo. Who's the girl behind you?" It was from my own number. I scrolled down, and there it was, the selfie I'd deleted that first night. The one I'd taken by the lake. But this time the image was clearer, brighter. The girl's face, my supposed reflection, was fully visible now. She wasn't smiling anymore. I turned off the phone and shoved it in my pocket. My heart hammered, though I kept walking. There had to be an explanation. Cloud sync. Some weird data glitch. A corrupted cache restoring old images. I repeated those words under my breath, as if chanting them could make them true. When I reached camp again, the fire ring was cold. The lake had stilled even more. No wind, no movement. My chair sat exactly where I'd left it, facing the water. But the surface now reflected the campsite with uncanny precision. The tent flap half open, the stove on the rock, the cup beside it. Except one difference in the reflection, the tent flap was closed. I stared long enough that the difference began to pulse in my vision, that small inconsistency amplifying until it felt enormous. I blinked hard, rubbed my temples, and decided I'd pack out early the next morning. 3 nights was too long anyway. That evening, I stayed away from the shore. I cooked by the tree line and faced away from the water. But even without looking, I could feel the presence of that reflection behind me, like a double exposed onto the world. When I finally lay down, sleep came heavy and dreamless. At 20:17 a.m., something woke me, a vibration against my thigh. My phone, which I'd turned off, was buzzing. The screen lit up with an incoming image. No sender, just the thumbnail of another photo freshly captured, timestamped 20:16 a.m. I opened it before I could think. The photo showed me asleep inside my tent, taken from just outside the entrance, and in the reflection on the tent's small plastic window, there she was again, smiling. For a long minute, I just stared at the screen. My own sleeping face, pale in the beam of a lantern, looked foreign. The sort of stillness you never realize you wear until you see yourself unguarded. But what froze me wasn't that. It was the reflection in the tent's window, her. The same girl. The same half smile that wasn't quite human, because it didn't reach her eyes. The air inside the tent felt claustrophobic. I turned on my headlamp, unzipped the flap, and scanned the darkness. The light caught the trunks of pines damp and gleaming. The lake was invisible except for a faint shimmer of fog. I listened. Nothing. No steps. No movement. Just a vast, waiting quiet. I told myself someone had found my camp. A hiker, maybe, and decided to scare me. There were stories like that all over backpacking. Forum's pranksters wandering into sites, leaving notes, stealing food. It didn't make sense this deep in the woods, but logic was the only weapon I had. I moved to the fire ring, relit a small flame with the last of my kindling, and sat facing the lake. The reflection of the fire in the water looked like an open mouth. My phone was still in my hand, trembling slightly. I forced myself to check the file data. It said the image was taken by front camera, timestamp 20:16 a.m., exactly where I was. That made no sense. I hadn't touched the phone since turning it off hours earlier. There was no signal, of course, but I kept the light from my phone on, scanning the perimeter of the campsite. The beam touched the trees, stones, and then the surface of the lake. For a split second, I thought I saw a ripple move across the water, concentric and deliberate, as though something had disturbed it from beneath. The fire popped, and I flinched. My body was tense enough to snap. I waited for dawn. When the first light came, I found footprints. 2 sets, faint but clear enough in the damp earth near the waterline. One set was mine, heavy, booted. The path leading from the tent to the lake and back. The other was smaller, barefoot, pressed just beside my prints, almost mirroring them. Same stride, same pacing, as if someone had walked exactly behind me at some earlier time. I crouched to take a photo for proof, but as I raised the camera, the water caught my reflection again. And there she was. In the mirrored surface, she stood right behind me, close enough that her outline overlapped my shoulders. I spun around. Nothing. Only the pine needles shifting in the breeze. That was when the calm cracked. I started breaking camp immediately, movements mechanical, rolling the sleeping bag, deflating the pad, collapsing the poles. Everything went into the pack without order. I doused the fire, scattered the ashes, and hoisted the pack to my shoulders. The only thing I didn't pack was my phone. I shoved it in my jacket pocket, screen facing inward. I followed the same path uphill, the one I'd taken when I arrived, but within 10 minutes I realized the terrain didn't match my memory. The slope tilted wrong, the trees too dense. I retraced my steps back toward the lake to try again, and that was when I saw it. My campsite was gone, not in the way of being disturbed or looted, but gone, erased. The patch of bare ground where I'd slept was covered in undisturbed moss and pine needles. The kind that takes years to settle. My boot tracks from earlier were missing. It was as if I'd never been there. The fire ring, the stones I'd arranged, even the small trench I'd dug for gray water, all vanished. The place looked untouched. For a while, I stood frozen, trying to make sense of it. The human brain reaches for reason even as it breaks. I told myself I'd misjudged direction, that there must be another small, clearing nearby identical to mine. But when I turned toward the lake, the reflection waiting there was unmistakable. My tent still standing in it, my pack still propped beside the flap. I stepped closer to the shore. The image rippled slightly, the tent shifting but never vanishing. That's when the first drop of rain fell. It wasn't heavy at first, just mist, fine as thread, but soon it thickened, dimming the forest into a gray hush. I pulled up my hood and walked around the shore, scanning for any angle where the reflection might change, might prove itself a trick of light. But it didn't. From every direction, the mirror lake showed a version of the world where I hadn't packed up at all. Lightning flashed somewhere distant. The following thunder rolled low and slow, like something breathing. I backed away, clutching my phone. Against my better judgment, I opened the camera and pointed it at the water. The screen displayed the reflection as before. The tent, the pack. But as I watched, the door in the reflection began to unzip itself. A dark shape moved inside. I dropped the phone. It hit a rock, skittered into the wet dirt, and cracked the screen. My pulse slammed in my ears. Every instinct screamed to run, but running toward what? The trail was uncertain. My car was miles away. I needed to orient myself first. I forced myself to turn from the lake, counting steps uphill until the water was hidden behind trees. The rain thickened, saturating my jacket, my jeans. The forest smelled of iron and wet bark. I found a game trail leading north and followed it. The path wound between granite boulders and ferns until it joined a wider route. The main access trail, I thought. My relief lasted all of 20 seconds. The mud on the ground was smooth, no trace of my boot prints from the hike in. Either the rain had erased them completely, or this wasn't the same path. My mind felt split between logic and something wordless. I kept walking. Around noon, the rain eased. I reached a rocky ridge that overlooked the valley. I should have seen Route 118 from there, or at least the shimmer of the asphalt, but all that stretched below was an ocean of trees. No road. No sound of engines. I took out the phone again, though the cracked screen made it hard to see. The battery indicator blinked red. 1%. I switched to the compass app. It spun slowly, uncertain, then froze with the needle pointing directly behind me, toward the lake. That single motion, the compass refusing any other direction, made something in my chest tighten to the point of nausea. I shut it off and slid it away. For the next hour, I tried to move downhill, reasoning that any slope must lead eventually to a road or stream. The woods grew denser. The ground turned soft, absorbing my steps. I thought I heard water and pushed toward it, expecting a creek, but it wasn't a creek. It was the lake again. Loon Mirror lay ahead, perfectly still, framed by pines. My reflection met me before I even reached the bank. My tent stood exactly where I'd left it. The real one, this time. The pack, the chair, the extinguished fire ring. Everything returned, arranged too neatly, as if placed back by someone else. I was shivering despite the humidity. My first impulse was to leave everything and just start walking east until I hit civilization. But exhaustion had a weight that reason couldn't lift. I needed food, rest, maybe one more night before heading out. That's what I told myself. So I stayed. I reset the tent, checked my gear. Everything was intact. Even the phone, though the crack had spread. I tried turning it on. The screen flickered once and went black. Dead battery. By evening, the rain had stopped. Fog rose from the water like steam. I made a small fire with dry twigs and sat facing the lake, too tired to eat. Across the surface, the reflection of the fire burned steady and silent. It took me a while to realize there was no reflection of me sitting by it. I stood abruptly. The movement in the water didn't follow. The reflection of the fire remained. But where my body should have been was only empty space. The rational part of me scrambled for footing. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the light from the fire made the image too faint to see. I shifted left, then right. Still nothing. I walked closer to the waterline, crouching low. The reflection of the tent and the trees remained exact. Only I was missing. Then something new appeared. Faint ripples distorting the image from beneath, forming shapes that resembled letters. I leaned closer, heart racing. The ripples settled, and for a moment I saw words, inverted and warped, but unmistakable este. A sound broke from the trees behind me. A snap, quick and dry, like a foot on a branch. I spun, flashlight beam cutting through the fog. A figure stood at the edge of the light. It was a woman, about my height, drenched, barefoot. "Hey," I called, voice unsteady. She didn't move. The beam reflected off her eyes like glass. I took a step forward, raising my hand. "Are you lost?" No answer. Her head tilted slightly, in a way that felt eerily familiar. Then she smiled, the same closed-lipped smile from the photo. I stumbled back. The light caught her face fully then, and the world contracted into a single impossible fact. It was my face. Every detail. The scar by my eyebrow, the freckle under my lip. She wore my same clothes, only darker, soaked to the skin. She didn't speak. She just pointed toward the lake. I shook my head, backing away. No. No, no. My heel caught on a root, and I fell. When I looked up again, she was gone. The fog where she'd stood was thick as smoke. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the dying fire, waiting for dawn that felt as though it would never come. Every few minutes I glanced at the lake, and every time the reflection showed both tense again. One perfectly real, one impossibly still. When the sky finally paled, I packed again. Slower this time, methodical. I had no map, no phone, but I knew east meant downhill. I could follow the sun until I hit a road or ranger station. I told myself that if I left before the sun rose high, I could be out by afternoon. I took one last look at the water. My reflection was back where it belonged, standing exactly as I stood. For a moment, it almost comforted me. I forced a laugh, weak, brittle, and whispered, "Goodbye." The reflection smiled wider. When I left the lake that morning, the mist clung low, sliding through the trees like breath. The ground was slick underfoot, the kind of soil that swallows sound. I didn't look back. I knew if I saw my reflection again, I might not move at all. The sun was weak behind clouds. I oriented myself by it anyway, keeping east as best I could. My body ached from cold and sleeplessness, but I focused on small goals. Reach that ridge, cross that fallen trunk, count another 100 steps. It was how I'd hiked alone for years, measurable progress against endless wilderness. After about an hour, I came across a section of the forest I didn't recognize. Tall hemlocks spaced evenly, their bark blackened by past fire. The air there smelled faintly of smoke even now. That detail comforted me. Smoke meant human presence, or at least history. I followed the faint char marks uphill, hoping they'd lead to a trail cut. Instead, I found a cabin. It was small, maybe 12 feet square, built from weathered pine. No number, no sign. The roof sagged in the middle. A rusted axe leaned against the porch rail. My first thought was that it belonged to a hunter or ranger, but the door was padlocked from the outside. I circled the structure once. A single window looked inward, dusty glass streaked with rain. I cupped my hands against it and peered in. Inside was a cot, a steel basin, a metal trunk, and what looked like an old mirror propped against the far wall. The mirror was tall, rectangular, gilt frame peeling. I couldn't see my reflection clearly through the grime, but I felt the same cold shift in my gut I'd felt back at the lake. The mirror seemed out of place, too domestic for a hunting shack. I didn't linger. Back on the trail, if it could even be called that, the forest thickened. I checked my watch. The hands were frozen at 6:47 a.m., though I knew at least 2 hours had passed. My sense of direction wavered. I climbed another hill, then another, expecting to glimpse the road, or even the distant gleam of power lines. But the same endless canopy stretched in every direction. At some point I began hearing the water again, the steady hush of it moving through reeds. My first reaction was irritation. I didn't want to see that lake again. I pushed forward faster, determined that it had to be a different stream or pond. But when the trees parted, the sight stopped me cold. Loon Mirror Lake, perfect and waiting, except it wasn't. Not exactly. The trees around its edge were the same, but their positions felt subtly reversed, like a photograph flipped horizontally. Even the slope of the shore bent opposite the way I remembered. The realization struck slow and heavy. This was the lake's reflection. Not literally, of course, but geographically mirrored. I knelt, touched the water, cold as glass. My fingertips ripples that spread outward in exact symmetry. Across the lake, on the mirrored bank, a figure moved. At first, I thought it was my reflection distorted by distance. But then she stepped forward, and I saw the truth. She wasn't mimicking me this time. She was walking toward the water. Every instinct screamed to run, but I was rooted. She knelt, just as I had, and dipped her hand into the lake. A moment later, my own fingers burned with cold. Reflexively, I jerked back, and she smiled across the distance. I stumbled backward, gasping, and fell into the brush. When I looked again, the far bank was empty. The surface had gone still. My breath came ragged. I forced myself to stand. "You're not real," I said aloud, the words collapsing into the wet air. "You're not." The rest broke off, because a new sound rose from the lake. Soft at first, like bubbles under pressure. Then louder, rhythmic, almost like laughter pushed through water. I ran. I don't know how long I moved. The forest blurred. My pack tore against branches. I followed whatever direction sloped downward until my legs began to shake. Eventually, I saw something pale between the trees. A flash of silver that made me think, wildly, of a car. I sprinted toward it, heart hammering. It wasn't a car. It was a signpost, rusted, half sunk into mud. The lettering had faded, but I could make out Trail Access, U.S. Forest Service. Relief flooded through me so fast I nearly cried. Civilization. A dirt road curved beyond it. Tire ruts, shallow but real. I followed them, head down, until the forest began to thin and I saw the faint outline of a structure ahead. A ranger cabin, smaller than most but solid. A truck was parked beside it, logo on the door. I yelled as I approached. A man stepped out, mid-40s, tan uniform, puzzled expression. "Hey there," he said. "You all right, Mom?" I must have looked like hell. Soaked, mud-caked, shaking. I stammered out something about being lost. He guided me inside, handed me a blanket and a cup of coffee so hot it burned my tongue. The warmth hit hard enough that I started crying without realizing it. He asked where I'd come from. I told him Loon Mirror Lake. His face changed. Not dramatically, just a tightening around the eyes. "That area's been closed off for a while," he said quietly. "No official trail anymore." "I found it online," I said. "Old forum post." He nodded, glancing toward the radio on his desk. "You say you camped there?" "2 nights," I said. 3, maybe. "I'm not sure." "What happened?" I hesitated. My reflection in the cabin's small window looked wrecked. Hollow eyes, hair plastered down. I wanted to sound sane, to keep things simple. "I thought someone was at my camp," I said. "I saw footprints." He listened, patient but wary. When I mentioned the photo, the one that had appeared on my phone, he frowned. "You got the phone with you?" I nodded and handed it over. The cracked screen barely lit. He plugged it into a power pack, waited, then scrolled through. After a minute, he looked up. "No images here," he said. "Nothing since last week." "That's impossible." He tilted the screen toward me. The gallery was empty except for a few landscape shots. Mountains, trees. None from the lake, none from that night. The data folder was blank. Could the files have deleted themselves? I asked. He shrugged. If it got wet, maybe corrupted. Happens all the time. His calm tone almost convinced me. Almost. After a while, he offered to drive me back to my car. The trip took 20 minutes along a winding dirt road I swore I hadn't seen before. My Subaru sat exactly where I'd left it, clean, unbothered. I thanked him, got in, and started the engine. My hands trembled the entire way down the mountain. By the time I reached cell service, late afternoon light bled orange through the windshield. I parked at a diner in Warren, connected to Wi-Fi, and opened my email. Maybe to send Aaron a message saying I was fine, maybe to convince myself I was. Before I could type, a notification popped up. For a new photo uploaded, Google Photos backup complete. My stomach dropped. I tapped it. The photo was the same as before. Me asleep in the tent, reflections smiling through the window. The timestamp was different, though. Not from that night. It was from 5 minutes ago. The diner lights reflected faintly in the phone screen. For a second, I thought the glass was catching my face, until the reflection smiled without me. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the table. When I picked it up again, the image had vanished. The folder was blank. I didn't finish my coffee. The drive home felt endless. My mind cycled through rational possibilities. Data lag, auto sync delay, a stranger hacking my account. But each explanation frayed on contact with memory. The reflection that moved slower, the tent flap that stayed closed, the barefoot prints beside mine. None of it fit. I reached my apartment around 10 p.m. and took the longest shower of my life. The water felt too hot, like it was trying to burn the forest off me. When I stepped out, I caught myself avoiding the mirror above the sink. I told myself not to be ridiculous and forced a glance. For once, the face staring back looked normal. Tired, hollow-eyed, but mine. I laughed, the kind that sounds like an exhale more than a sound, and went to bed. Sometime in the night, my phone buzzed. I ignored it. When I checked in the morning, there was no notification, no missed call. Just a new photo in the gallery. It showed my apartment bedroom. Me, asleep, taken from the foot of the bed. No reflection this time. Only a faint shimmer on the windowpane beside me, like a lake seen from far away. I deleted it immediately. Then I powered off the phone, placed it face down on the table, and covered it with a towel. For weeks afterward, I avoided mirrors. I kept my screens dim, my windows curtained. The rational world felt thinner now, like glass you could push through if you leaned too close. I told Aaron I was fine, that the trip had been quiet. She believed me. People usually do when you give them the answer they want to hear. Sometimes I still take pictures. Landscapes mostly, never selfies. But every once in a while, when the light is low and the water still, I swear I can see a second shutter flash, just out of sync with mine. A quiet reminder that somewhere out there, across the mirrored surface of a lake that shouldn't exist anymore, another version of me is still waiting. And she's still smiling. My name is Travis Moon, 36 years old, originally from Knoxville, Tennessee. I've worked the last decade as a mechanic, though I've spent most of my free weekends chasing solitude through the southern Appalachians. Cherokee National Forest is where I go when the noise in my head outpaces the cities. You can walk a whole day there without seeing another soul, which, depending on the week, is either comforting or dangerous. That Friday, in mid-October, I left work early and pointed my truck east toward Tellico Plains. I had 2 days to myself, a new tent, and an itch to reset. The drive followed the familiar bends of Highway 68 until the pavement gave way to Forest Service roads. Rutted, unmarked, dust rising in the mirrors like pale ghosts. I'd chosen a spot I'd seen once on a map. A small creek valley between Holston Mountain and Iron Mountain, maybe 10 miles from the North Carolina border. It wasn't an official campground. Just contour lines tight enough to promise quiet. The air smelled sharp with pine sap and leaf rot. By the time I parked near the trailhead, daylight was already bleeding thin through the canopy. The forest had that amber, green hush right before dusk. A squirrel scolded from a limb overhead, and somewhere deeper, water moved, steady, unhurried. I hoisted my pack, checked that I'd locked the truck, and started down a narrow trail that cut between rhododendron thickets. It wasn't marked, but game trails never are. The forest here felt older than the ones closer to the parkway. The ground was soft with decades of needles, muffling my boots. An hour in, I reached a clearing about 20 yards wide, hemmed in by tall hemlocks. A small creek ran along one edge, cold and shallow, its stones slick with moss. It was perfect. I dropped my pack, stretched my back, and set up camp, tent near the tree line. Fire ring cleared with a small circle of stones. When I finally sat down with a can of chili and a flask of bourbon, night had settled deep enough that the stars showed through the gaps in the branches. The quiet was thick. I remember thinking how good it felt to have no signal, no hum of traffic, nothing but the chirring of katydids. I don't know what time I noticed the string. It was maybe 20 feet from my tent, low to the ground, catching the light from my fire. At first I thought it was spider silk, a trick of the flames. But when I walked closer, I saw it was something else entirely. A thin white line stretched taut across the forest floor, maybe chest high to a raccoon, running straight as an arrow from one tree to another. The cord looked like nylon or fishing line, too uniform, too clean to be natural. I followed it with my eyes and saw it extended into the darkness, vanishing past the reach of my firelight. I frowned, trying to place what it could be. Boundary marker, property line, maybe a hunter's snare system, though it seemed too delicate. I crouched beside it, ran a finger along its surface. It was smooth, almost waxy. Someone had tied it around a birch trunk with a tiny, perfect knot. The woods were silent. Something about the precision bothered me. How it cut across the clearing at exactly waist height. How there was no slack. I followed it 10 paces to the left. It continued on, straight as a laser, disappearing into the brush. I turned the other way. Same thing, vanishing into shadow. Okay, I muttered to no one. Guess I'll find the other end tomorrow. Back at the fire, I tried to ignore it. But the line caught light like a quiet accusation, dividing the space. One half mine, one half unknown. I ended up unrolling my sleeping bag on the side, where I'd already set my gear, telling myself I'd figure it out in daylight. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a sound like faint whispering. My first thought was the wind shifting through leaves, but the air was still. Then came a soft scrape, maybe a boot against rock, and a crack of a twig. I sat up, heartbeat spiking, listening hard. Nothing followed. The fire had burned down to coals, throwing just enough glow to paint the trunks nearby. The white string was still visible, catching ember light. On impulse, I picked up my flashlight and scanned the other side of it. Only trees. No movement, no shapes. The silence had weight. I stayed awake another hour, staring at that stupid line, until the woods seemed to breathe again. Crickets resumed, some night bird called. Eventually, fatigue won. Morning brought a pale fog that clung to the low brush. My fire pit had gone cold. Everything smelled of dew and ash. I brewed coffee on my small stove and studied the string again. In daylight, it looked even stranger. Perfectly white, no dirt, no signs of weathering. It ran through the clearing as if laid by machine. Curiosity won out over caution. I grabbed my mug and followed it. The line led into thicker woods, crossing fallen logs and small gullies without breaking. Whoever said it had tied it with meticulous care around trunks, keeping tension exact. It must have taken hours. A half-mile in, I found a tree where the line split, one branch veering right, another continuing forward. Both vanished into the forest. That's when I noticed something unsettling. The ground beyond the split was soft with mud, and there were no footprints. Not mine, not anyone's. I crouched to check. Even where deer would have left marks, the surface was untouched, like nobody, and nothing, had crossed in days. I felt a small, irrational flick of unease. Maybe someone was mapping territory, running survey cord. Still, there should have been signs. Stakes, flagging tape, tire tracks from an ATV. I followed the main line another. 100 yards through it crossed a small creek, stretched tight between two oaks on either bank. It looked ridiculous and deliberate, like someone drawing a border only they understood. That's when I decided to step over it. It wasn't a big deal. I just lifted one leg and crossed to the other side. The ground felt no different. The woods looked the same. I took another few steps, half expecting some alarm to go off. Nothing happened. I laughed under my breath, the sound too loud in the quiet. "Well, Travis," I said, "guess you're in uncharted territory now." I kept walking another 10 minutes, veering uphill until I reached a small ridge. From there I could see treetops stretching forever, mist burning off the hollows. Everything looked normal. Then I turned around to head back and realized I couldn't spot the clearing. That didn't make sense. I'd walked straight uphill. My sense of direction isn't perfect, but I know how to track back by landmarks. Broken branches, distinctive boulders. But the path behind me was nothing but unbroken undergrowth. I retraced a few steps downhill, expecting to see the white line. I frowned, pulled out my compass. The needle spun once, then steadied, pointing north. I turned south and started walking, counting paces. After maybe 100 yards, I came out into a small clearing. Except it wasn't new. It was mine. My tent sat exactly where I'd left it. The fire ring, the creek, and that damn white line still slicing through the grass. For a second I just stared, trying to compute what I was seeing. I'd walked in a straight line. No loops. I should have ended up behind the ridge, not back here. I checked my watch 10:47 a.m. I'd been gone less than an hour. I laughed again, less confidently this time. Maybe I'd drifted without realizing, curved back in a big arc. Forests can mess with your bearings, especially when everything looks the same. Still, the rational explanation didn't stick. My boot prints in the dirt ended, right at the edge of the clearing, stopping just short of the line. On the other side, there were no new prints, none leading away. I squatted down and studied the ground. My tracks came in from one side, but there were no matching ones going out, as if I'd never crossed. The soil beyond was smooth. I walked a full circle around the clearing. The line cut through like a perfect diameter, and wherever I looked, my prints just ended there. A small tremor went through my chest, that instinctive pulse of unease when logic fails. I spent the rest of the day trying to map where I'd gone wrong. I marked trees with orange tape, hiked in different directions, checked the compass obsessively. Every route, no matter the bearing, eventually funneled me back to the same open space. Once I found myself approaching it from the opposite side, heart thudding, recognizing my own fire pit before the trees fully parted. By late afternoon, I was angry, the kind of anger that hides panic. I packed some essentials, water, snacks, flashlight, GPS, and tried again, pushing west until the terrain sloped steeply. When the GPS failed to lock onto satellites, I decided to follow the creek instead. Water always leads somewhere. Right back to my camp. The creek curved through the clearing like a silver snake, cheerful as ever. My tent waited, still zipped, as if mocking me. I dropped onto a log, breathing hard, sweat chilling in the shade. The air felt heavier now. Even the birds had gone quiet. I told myself fatigue was playing tricks. I'd eaten little, maybe gotten turned around multiple times in a tight loop. Tomorrow, I'd hike out early with fresh eyes. That night, though, as darkness crawled back in, I noticed something new. The white string wasn't just one line anymore. Another had appeared, parallel to the first, a few feet away, glimmering faintly in the firelight. And this one ran right behind my tent. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks. The second line glinted faintly in the firelight, stretched tight a few feet behind my tent. I leaned closer, squinting, and there it was. The same thin white cord, same perfect tension, running parallel to the first. I stood up fast enough to make the tent sway. My breath caught as I looked from one line to the other. They framed my campsite now, like rails on a track. I hadn't heard a sound. No footsteps, no brush moving. Whoever had strung it, if anyone had, must have done it silently, while I was sitting less than 10 feet away. That thought chilled me in a way the cold never could. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the tree line. The beam cut through mist and shadow, bouncing off trunks slick with dew. Nothing moved. The forest was a cathedral of stillness. I walked to the first line and traced it with the light, following it left and right. It looked exactly as before. When I checked the second one, it ran perfectly straight, parallel down to the inch, tied with identical knots. I followed it maybe 30 yards until it disappeared into the dark, as if whoever made it had an infinite supply of string and patience. My heart beat too fast. I could feel it in my throat. "Who's out there?" I called. My voice vanished into the trees. No echo. No reply. I forced myself to think like a rational adult. Maybe a prank. Hunters marking a trap line. Surveyors messing around. But even as I tried to assemble an explanation, my gut rejected it. Nobody would work at night in silence. Nobody would string cord around a stranger's tent without leaving tracks or noise. I turned back toward camp and froze. There was a third line now. It cut across the clearing's far edge, connecting to the other two, forming a neat rectangle. I stood there with the flashlight trembling slightly in my hand, pulse roaring in my ears. The forest, my quiet refuge, had rearranged itself while I blinked. That was the moment panic truly set in. I stuffed my essentials into my pack: stove, map, knife, flashlight, flask, and decided I was leaving right then, night or not. I ducked under one of the cords and took off through the trees. My headlamp swung wild beams over roots and branches. I didn't bother with bearings or compass, I just moved. The forest swallowed me quick. The sound of the creek faded. I kept walking, maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer. My legs burned. Finally, I stopped to catch my breath, pressing a hand against a tree. The silence was absolute, too absolute. Then my light caught something white ahead. A thin cord. I walked closer. My stomach dropped. It was the same line, the same knot, stretched at the same height, glinting back like it had been waiting. I turned 90 degrees, moved away again, crashing through undergrowth, snapping branches in my rush. I went downhill, then uphill again, crossing what I thought was new terrain. When I finally stopped, panting, dizzy, I saw the faint gleam of nylon again, shining back through the dark. The line always came first. No matter which way I turned, it found me. By the time I stumbled into another clearing, drenched in sweat I didn't need to check. I knew before the beam even found the tent it was mine. The same camp. The same fire pit still glowing faintly. I laughed, a dry, panicked sound. My throat hurt. I sat down hard on the ground and stared at the fire. There was no sense left to make. Eventually, I poured bourbon into my mug and forced myself to sip. If I couldn't get out tonight, I'd wait for daylight. Exhaustion had a way of turning fear into dull edges. I must have drifted off in my chair because when I woke, gray dawn was seeping through fog. The lines were still there, for now, enclosing my entire campsite in a perfect square. They looked delicate, almost beautiful, the way frost outlines glass. I stepped outside the boundary cautiously, ducking under the cord. I followed one side again, thinking I'd find where it began. The deeper I went, the more it felt like walking through a maze that kept folding in on itself. I found no end, no spool, no origin. When I returned, and of course I did, back to the same clearing again, something else was off. My tent flap was open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, my sleeping bag was unzipped, and my backpack had been moved. Not rummaged. Just shifted. Placed 2 feet to the left of where it had been. I stood there a long time, listening to my own heartbeat. Then I checked the ground. There were no prints. No disturbance in the dew, no marks from boots. Just mine from before. That's when I decided I needed to get help. Or at least reach my truck. I packed everything as fast as I could, slinging my pack over one shoulder, and walked in what I knew was the direction of the Forest Service road. The compass pointed west. I trusted it, even as dread crawled under my skin. The woods felt denser now, the trees spaced closer, shadows thicker. Every few minutes I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see white lines behind me again. By noon, I realized I hadn't gained any distance. The terrain kept repeating. The same fallen log, the same bent cedar, the same tangle of vine. My GPS refused to lock signal. My phone stayed dead. I tried marking my path with orange tape again. When I looped back after 20 minutes, every piece of tape was gone. That broke something in me. I shouted until my voice cracked, calling for anyone. Hikers, hunters, anyone. The forest answered with nothing but still air. Around 2 in the afternoon, I sat down on a rock, dizzy from hunger and frustration. My water was half gone. My hands shook. That's when I saw movement, faint through the trees. A flicker of color, not animal. A person. I jumped up, waving. "Hey, over here." The figure moved left, slow, deliberate. They were too far to make out details, but I could see they were wearing something pale. Maybe a beige jacket or shirt. I started toward them, heart pounding.
Wait.
I need help. The figure paused, then seemed to turn facing me. Even from that distance, something about the stance was wrong. Too still. Then they lifted an arm and waved. Relief flooded me. I quickened my pace, ducking branches, trying to keep them in sight. But when I broke through a cluster of pines, the figure was gone. I spun around, scanning the trees. Nothing. And then, behind me, faintly visible through the mist, I saw a line of white. It was strung at the same height as before, running between two trees. Beyond it, in the fog, a silhouette stood exactly where I'd just come from. It was me. For one impossible instant, I was sure I was looking at myself. Same posture, same jacket, same backpack slung over one shoulder. The figure didn't move. Then the mist thickened, and it was gone. I don't remember moving after that. I just remember stumbling forward until my legs gave out, collapsing near another clearing. When I lifted my head, the white lines were there again. Not just one or two, but dozens, crisscrossing like webbing. The geometry was precise, like a spider's nest scaled for humans. I sat there until dusk, trying to think rationally. Maybe dehydration, disorientation, hallucination brought on by stress. I tried repeating that over and over. When night fell, I returned, somehow, to my original campsite again. The lines formed a full enclosure now. Square inside square. I didn't remember setting up my tent again, but it was there, upright and zipped. My fire pit looked recently stirred, as if someone had kept it alive while I was gone. The bourbon was gone too. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the faint glow of embers, knife in hand, waiting for a sound that never came. But something did change. Just before dawn, I noticed the strings were slack. At first it was subtle, a tiny sag here and there. Then the tension eased further, as if the lines had lost whatever force had held them taut. I stood up wary. The forest was silent again, mist pooling low. Then came a small snap. One of the lines broke, curling like a whip. Another followed. Then another. In seconds, the cords were falling all around me, slumping into the grass. I backed away, breath ragged, until the last one collapsed near my boots. The clearing felt suddenly empty. I half laughed, half sobbed in relief. Maybe it was over. Maybe whoever had done it had finally left. But as I turned to grab my pack, I froze. There, where the first line had been tied to a birch, hung a new piece of cord. It wasn't white anymore. It was red, and tied to the end was something small, a metal tag, like those used on hunting traps. Stamped into it, in uneven letters, was a single word, STI. Morning came slow and gray, the kind of Appalachian dawn that looks tired before it even begins. I didn't move for a long time. The red cord dangled inches from my face, the metal tag swaying gently whenever the wind breathed through. STI. I said the word out loud, testing how it sounded in the empty clearing. It didn't echo. Nothing did. I packed what light I had left. My water was low, the food gone, and the bourbon. The only thing that had kept my hands steady was missing. My only thought was the truck, the road, civilization. If I could find one landmark, one trail sign, I'd be fine. I'd hiked this forest for years. Cherokee wasn't endless, it just liked to pretend. I clipped the tag into my pocket, not as a trophy, but proof that it was real. If someone asked later, I wanted something solid to hold. The sky was pale and empty as I walked. I took slow, deliberate steps this time, marking each tree I passed with a shallow knife cut. If I came back to one, I'd know for sure. For the first half hour, everything felt normal enough. Birds were starting to call again. The air smelled clean. I followed the creek south, reasoning it would lead toward a road. My body was sore but functional. Then I spotted the first mark again. The same cut, same depth, same angle. My stomach turned cold. I ran my fingers along the bark. Fresh. No doubt mine. I checked my compass. The needle pointed north this time, though I'd been walking south. That was when the realization sank in. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just confusion. It was deliberate. But deliberate by who? I'd seen no one. No prints. No sign of life. Still, every direction I took bent me back toward that clearing. By noon, I stopped pretending to navigate. I was circling. I dropped my pack, sat on the damp ground, and stared at the forest around me. A thin wind rattled leaves overhead. I closed my eyes, listening. That's when I heard it. Faint but distinct. A click. Then another. It was the sound of a camera shutter. I opened my eyes fast, scanning the trees. The sound came again, off to the right this time, closer. Hello, my voice cracked. Who's there? Silence. Then one last click. It came from above. I tilted my head. Something small glinted up in a branch maybe 20 feet high. A trail camera, camouflaged in bark paint. Relief hit first. Human-made meant human. I climbed up and unstrapped it, fingers fumbling. It was a standard game cam. Motion activated, with a cracked casing and a cheap memory card. When I flipped it over, I saw faint mud fingerprints. Someone else had handled it recently. I shoved the camera into my pack and kept walking, following where it had faced. Maybe whoever set it up had a base camp nearby. The forest opened slightly, light spilling through in silver shafts. The ground sloped down, and there, between two pines, I saw it another clearing. For a second, I thought it was a new one. Then I saw my footprints. The same circular track, looping through soft earth. And in the center, the remains of my fire pit, cold now. It was my clearing again. The 5th or 6th time I'd returned. But this time, there was something new. The lines were gone. Every trace of string had vanished, except for one, the red cord still hanging from the birch. Under it, someone had pressed a photo into the dirt, half buried under a rock. I picked it up carefully. It was a printed image, glossy but weathered. My throat went dry when I saw what it showed. The photo was of me, sitting exactly where I stood now, near the fire ring, staring into the woods. The shot was wide, taken from above, maybe from a tree. My posture was unmistakable. The timestamp at the bottom read today, Yo 6:42 a.m. I hadn't heard a camera. I hadn't seen anyone. For a long time, I just knelt there, staring at that photo until my vision blurred. Then instinct took over. I grabbed my pack and ran. Branches tore at my arms. I ignored the compass, the creek, everything. I just moved until the terrain started sloping down, until I caught the faint smell of asphalt. That hot, tar-like scent roads give off even when hidden. And then, finally, a sign of human life, a logging road, muddy and narrow but unmistakably man-made. I could have cried. I followed it until I saw my truck, dusty, waiting just where I'd left it 3 days before. My knees nearly buckled. The first thing I noticed was the driver's door, slightly ajar. The second was that there was mud on the handle. Fingerprints again, smudged. Too large to be mine. Inside, everything looked untouched except for the passenger seat. On it sat the trail camera, cleaned, wiped of mud. And next to it, a fresh photo print. Same glossy finish, same timestamp format. It showed me again. But this time I was asleep inside my tent. The image was close, intimate, taken from maybe 3 feet away. My face was turned toward the lens, mouth slightly open, like whoever took it had leaned in while I dreamed. My vision narrowed to a pinpoint. I checked the bed of the truck, the trees, the road behind me. No one. I didn't think. I just got in, turned the key, and floored it. Gravel sprayed behind me as I tore down the service road, not caring about potholes or suspension. I didn't breathe properly again until I hit paved road, until the forest thinned to rolling farmland. Even then, I kept checking the mirror. When I finally reached Tellico Plains, I stopped at a gas station and stumbled inside. The clerk, a man in his 60s with a half-missing eyebrow, looked up from his crossword. "Buddy," he said, "you look like hell." I nodded, too winded to explain. "I just came from up the forest road near Iron Mountain. You seen anyone else come through here lately? Any hunters? Surveyors?" He shook his head. "Not since last week. That stretch has been closed for maintenance since Tuesday." I blinked. "Closed?" He shrugged. "Rangers put up notice. Washed out bridge up near the creek." I stood there, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't seen any notice. No barriers. "Nuff, where did you say you camped?" he asked. "About 10 miles past Holston Ridge. Small clearing by a creek." The man frowned. "Ain't no creek up that way right now. Been dry since August." I stared at him, waiting for the joke. His face stayed serious. He tapped his pen on the counter. "You sure you were in Cherokee? Folks get turned around sometimes. There's old private land mixed in, bits that don't belong to the forest anymore. You crossed the wrong line. You're trespassing before you know it." Something about how he said it made my stomach twist. I left without buying anything. Drove straight home to Knoxville and locked every door. For days, I told myself I'd go through the photos on that trail camera. Evidence. Answers. But every time I picked it up, my hands shook. When I finally did, a week later, I connected it to my laptop. There were 83 images stored. The first dozen were of animals: deer, raccoons, the occasional fox. Then the timestamps shifted. Late Friday night, then early Saturday. The next 50 or so were all of me. Setting up camp, sitting by the fire, sleeping, walking into the woods. Over and over. Each one taken from a slightly different angle, as if someone had circled me methodically. The last photo froze my blood. It was from inside the tent, shot downward. I was lying on my back, eyes open, staring directly at the lens. The timestamp read 10 minutes. After the moment I'd woken up the first night, when I thought I'd heard whispering, I closed the laptop and didn't open it again. A week later, I mailed the trail camera to the county sheriff office with a note explaining where I'd found it. I never got a reply. Sometimes, though, I still dream about that forest. The damp hush, the endless trees, the sound of the creek that apparently doesn't exist. And in those dreams, I always end up back in the clearing. The white lines stretch around me again, forming that perfect square. Only now, there's a figure standing just outside it, holding something small and metallic that glints in the firelight. When I wake, I swear I can still smell pine smoke. And once, only once, I found a single strand of white cord tangled around my bootless after a walk near my apartment. It was clean, smooth, and tied with a perfect little knot.